Can't wait. Hello. Hello. I can't wait until my corn dog is finished. How's it going? Hello myself and hello Corax and hello Bug. We're having a good night and hello Mr. Taco. Hello. Welcome. Welcome everyone. Mayo plus ketchup, only ketchup. Because I don't have any mustard. But if I had mustard, it would be ketchup plus mustard. Because for corn dogs, I really like mustard. No mayo. Mayo is for hot dogs, not for corn dogs. Sinful. A little bit, yeah. We are coming back to stream number 5, I think, of episode 4. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'm gonna finish it today. I think the episode is still gonna have some amount of it left, enough for another stream. Because there's still a lot of ground to cover here. Last time we arrived at the secret dungeon below the parlor, which is totally real. And we fully believe that this dungeon exists in the mansion. And the first twilight happened, 6 people died. The goldsmiths, Kinso killed them. And the only 2 adults left are Kirie and Kraus, and everybody else is dead. And both Shannon and Cannon are still alive, which is... wow. It's pretty amazing. So, let's get on with it. Let's get on with it. We continue over here. Am I in the right place? Yes, here we go. So, yeah, the last time these guys were in the dungeon and they heard noises, and then Kinso and his posse arrived. So right now we're seeing the posse arriving and addressing the prisoners. It is a really funny message, correct? I need the curse to pick it up and start killing them. Silence, everyone. Please welcome the head of the Ushinomiya family, Lord Goldsmith. Goldsmith? His father's pen name. It seems he always signs with it when writing those bizarre grimoires. Kinso made English style. Shouldn't that be Gold Warehouse? Oh yeah, that was only sound. There's no music in that part. This is the music. Goldsmith, no, that's Gold Ship. That's Gold Ship. What more is a warehouse than a place to keep things in? However, I give birth to gold and use my craftsmanship to further increase its worth. Don't you think Smith is much more fitting? I don't think Smiths give birth to gold. True enough. I apologize for butting in. Kinso-san, just what is going on? Where in the world is this? Oh, my friend. Can't you remember? True. You may have never entered the prison, but you should remember walking through this corridor. Huh? Huh? You don't mean... Do you have an idea? But, well, it is unthinkable. Firstly, we fell through a pitfall and were locked up in there after only a few minutes. Not only is the distance too great, it's physically impossible. For a human, right? Father, is this the mansion? To think that the mansion had a basement like this. Sorry, it took me a while to parse who was saying this. Father was the keyword here. The only one who could say father right now is Kraus. Kraus. Got it. Wasn't there a place whose existence you all whispered of and which you followed after me several times trying to find? This is that place. No. To be correct, this is its basement. Could this place be the basement of Coadorian? A splendid observation. This is indeed the basement of Coadorian. Coadorian? You don't mean Father's rumored hidden mansion? It really exists? This mansion was constructed for the sole use of my beloved witch, Beatrice. It's truly a shame that I cannot guide you to the above-ground sections, as it is such a beautiful and elegant mansion. How lovely. Just the two of them alone in a mansion with a prison like this. I guess Father's stays are a bit more than I can stomach. Hideya-san, perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from such rude comments. But I agree. If a mansion I was given had this kind of dungeon in it, that'd shake me out of even a century-long love, and I'd take anything of value and run. Oh my, so you don't have an interest in this kind of thing? And here I was thinking you weren't head over heels for it. Of course I go head over heels. Like if I get a collar or something for a birthday present. But only if he's hot. Silence! Perhaps you could use a gag more than a collar right now. Oh, you have an interest in that too? You sure aren't picky, Leah. Don't just go around shortening people's names on your own. Enough, you noisy women. Are you telling me you'd like to be locked up in the same cell? I apologize, Master. This old body of mine would not be able to stand such a cold prison. Virgilia quickly apologized, but Gap and Renault merely laughed together. It was like they thought they alone couldn't be imprisoned. Or else, that even if someone tried to imprison them, it would be pointless. I mean, they are demons. They aren't properly furniture. A prison is a place from which the captured cannot escape. That implies a strong will and love to not let them go for a lifetime. It's not even worth speaking of love to a woman you could give up on if she ran away. A woman who makes you so insane that you don't want to let her escape, to the point of binding her in chains. Because she was worthy of that. She was a love worth sacrificing my life for. I will not ask you to understand. No, I understand, Kinzo. I understand. I wish I didn't, but I do. No one can bind me. I will not be bound. I don't want to be loved. I want to love. I feel the same as Goldsmith. That's why I understand the madness of your love. Love and madness are two sides of the same coin, or so they say. How bothersome. But learning where we are so easily was a big step. We'll ask the details later, but it seems you know about this place. Right, Dr. Nanjo? Yes. If that hallway is the underground passage beneath Kuadorian,
Then if we go straight down it will become a long tunnel. And if we stay on that, we should be able to return to the mansion.
Then, if we could just do something about these bars, we could go home. Me looking at a poorly composed song. If we could just do something about these bars. Father, what are you planning to do with us? As I have already declared, you will become sacrifices for the later twilights. You are conveniently 5 people here. Exactly enough hostages for the 5 gougings. I see. And it's time for us to pay the piper? Eventually. That's not why I've come to visit you this time. So relax. Besides, I believe I have said it already. If one of my grandchildren is deemed suitable to inherit everything... Inherits? I think that was meant to say inherits. Everything from me, then the ceremony will be called off. In other words, your lives will be spared.
What are you planning to do to the children?
I shall give them a test. A test to see if they are suitable to be the successor, or not. If even one of them can surprise me, I'll call the ceremony off. And if there isn't anyone suitable, what are you planning on doing with the children? There's no need to worry about that. After all, you all will be sacrificed first. Hello, Krungo. How could anything that happens after that concern you? Entrust your fates to your own children. Your children, the embodiment of what you've born, taught, and raised. They should be the most suitable ones for you to entrust with your fate. Don't look so worried, Kraus. Believe in the daughter that you brag is worth 10 billion yen. Exactly. Children are an embodiment of their parents. It's fitting that we put our fates in their hands. That applies even to you, Father, right? Right now, Kitty is like, fuck! Butler is not even my kid. My real kid is Anjay, and she's not even here. This girl has guts. What a waste on Rudolph. And he's stupid, yeah.
Gideon-san, it would be best not to aggravate him too much.
I agree. Let's bear with it for now. That's right. After all, we're just fish on the chopping board. There's nothing we can do now. Ha! Though you can insult me with such vigor, I don't dislike that kind of woman, see? Beatrice was like that too. In the beginning. Master, perhaps we should get back to the main topic. We've been off track for a while now. Ah, yes, there was that. Sorry, my friends. Well then, back to the main event. For that, I prepared a phone. Shannon, how clever of you. You don't have to hide it any longer. That's something I arranged for. My apologies. Shannon quickly withdrew herself and the telephone was revealed. Kraus, call the grandchildren in the guest house. Tell them of the test and of the start of my trial. Ronald motioned for Kraus to pick up the receiver. And if I say no? And why do you think you're in a position to negotiate? If you don't make the call, then the grandchildren won't even be given a chance. The Ushiomiya family will end here. And I'll sacrifice you all right away. You'd be lucky to become sacrifices right away. Don't you think it'd be more painful to watch the children get sacrificed first, before your very eyes?
Gap, the master is the one who decides the sacrifice order. Don't think things on your own.
Leah, you just tried to shorten my name, didn't you?
I did not. And I told you not to shorten other people's names on your own.
Gap! Gap!
Woman, truly are.
Noisy.
No, they can't be saying that.
Ah, man. How long have I been going for? For like 15 minutes? 15 more minutes and I would have made it to the end of this scene. If I had continued last stream. I mean, there was no way to know it was gonna end here. Misogyny Rose, let's go. Well, 25, but the first 10 were the starting soon screen, so they don't count. I guess it was more like 10, because I also did the greetings and all that stuff. Let me go get the oven, because it's been beeping for a while. I muted the wrong thing. I muted the game instead of the microphone. Awesome. Oh, there's a bidding war going on. Sorry, I'm gonna make a few noises here with the chair. There we go. I have the corn dog. Hello, harmless. The clinic that Nanjo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. Oh, I think this is the future? I think this is the future. I'm gonna swap over. This aged doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere was about him was very different.
I'm truly sorry to say this after you've come all this way, but I have nothing in particular to tell you.
I just heard the bio noise. Nanjo Masayuki. Nanjo's son inherited the Nanjo clinic. Unlike Nanjo, he seems to be a more sobered and different person. After the rampage surrounding Rokkenjima, he grew to completely despise the press, and he never spoke again of what happened around that time. He once had a daughter afflicted with an incurable disease, but unfortunately she wasn't able to live out her natural lifespan. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to live with the incurable disease. That's so sad. The phrasing there is weird. New images. Look! They turned him small again. Okay. Nanjo-san said that very indifferently. Yes! After the accident on that island was taken up by the broadcast in a most indiscreet manner, even my father, who was Mr. Ushinomiya's doctor and friend, was focused upon by many with a wholly regrettable interest. All of it was without proof, and they even managed to defile all of my father's previous achievements. I still feel a great deal of resentment because of that. I think that's understandable. The same thing happened to me. I had to put up with it constantly since I was 6. Oh, Croax, by the way, this is Anjay. This is Battler's little sister, who did not come to the reunion and therefore was not there when the incident happened, and so she's the only survivor of the family. And this is 10 years in the future from the events of the rest of the story. I hope you caught all that. True. My apologies. The doctor finally remembered that Anjay was also a victim who had been exposed to the same curious eyes as he had been. Well, yeah, Eva survived, but she's dead now. She got sick and died. She was frail. In that case, you can probably understand why I don't want to have anything to do with that incident. That was an unfortunate accident. The only ones who want to make a fuss about it being a crime are those irresponsible TV shows and magazines. Terminal girl boss, yeah. Girl boss to the grave. I'm more than fed up with their attitude. Nanjo had been bathed with attention for being one of Ushiromi Yakinso's few friends. Because of that, there was probably an aggressive and persistent rush among the witch hunters and their press to use Nanjo's son as well, as surviving relative as a source of information. The doctor went on and on, criticizing the press indignantly. I really understand how you feel. For a person like me, who was observed even in her personal life, and whose privacy, likeness, and even human rights might have been violated, it's really easy to pick up on the anger of someone in your position. And for that very reason, I want to know, more than anything else, what in the world happened in the incident that so thoroughly ruined my life. So I came here. I'm a related party, just like you. Not a magazine columnist or an interviewer. Please, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come to do this for fun. Quit looking down on me. If we're gonna argue over whose life was the most screwed up by that accident, you're no match for me. Anjay spoke sharply. The doctor, who hadn't imagined that he would be talked back to in such a forceful manner, couldn't help but fall silent. From Anjay's perspective, the doctor really was whining over nothing. She really didn't want to be looked down upon. It was about time to let him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. The doctor realized that he'd said something wrong and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable. I know it's probably painful to remember what happened at the time, but if there's anything you do know, please tell me, no matter what it is. Of course, I'll keep quiet about it. I visited here today to bring some resolution to my life. I'm 18. That incident took away 12 years of my life. And it'll probably keep on taking. Oh, it was 12 years, not 10. Since that day when I was 6 years old, I remained shut away in darkness. Are you saying that despite that, I still don't have a right to know? No, how rude of me. It seems that since all the others who came were ill-natured folks, I instinctively put up my guard. I apologize for my rudeness. I understand. If you'll swear not to breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll tell you everything. Thanks, Doctor. Then, if you would, please tell me anything you can. As you know,
My father was not only Mr. Ushiromiya's head physician, but his friend through the game of chess. That relationship was very long, stretching back to the time Mr. Ushiromiya moved to Rokkenjima. Just how close were they? Very close, it seems. It seems that their connection through chess led my father to stay at Mr. Ushiromiya's mansion quite often. Although I may not be the one to talk, Mr. Ushiromiya was extremely moody, and my father was an exceedingly magnanimous man who excelled at interacting with humans like him. It's not hard to imagine that he was a rare friend for the isolated Mr. Ushiromiya. That day was the day of the family conference. At the Ushinomiya family conference, the family's wealth and its management were rigorously scrutinized, making it almost like a financial conference. Oh, this is Anji, which means Dr. Nanja must have gained a trust so great he was asked to attend even that, right? My father was a simple doctor, so I cannot imagine that he was in a position to advise on the management of financial resources for a massively rich family like the Ushinomiya family. He was most likely called there to assist with Mr. Ushinomiya's health, because it was not at its best at the time. As Kinso's close friend, I'm sure my father would have kept his mouth shut, and he was trusted not to leak the secrets of the family conference. Wasn't Ushinomiya Kinso in very bad health at the time? Were there any medical charts left behind? Perhaps he brought the medical chart with him on the day of the accident. I'm afraid to say that the entire folder of Mr. Ushinomiya's medical charts had been lost. He was my father's patient, so I don't know the details. Around the time of the incident, did anything strange happen? Yes, there was one thing. However, it seems exceedingly likely to invite misunderstandings, so I very much do not wish to discuss it. What is it? Please, tell me. For a while, the doctor beat around the bush. Oh, great time to bite on my corn dog. Let's stall for time while the doctor beats around the bush. But after saying that much, he wouldn't be able to fool Anjay by dodging the subject. He eventually gave in, and after making Anjay swear herself to secrecy again, told her. No. I don't want to make chair noises, so I'm gonna have to mute for a second. I dropped something. Okay, we're clean. No more corn dog. It's gone. The truth is, several days after that accident, I received something by mail at my home. By mail? It was very curious. The sender was made out to be me, but I had no memory of it. Someone had faked my name and sent it. The destination was Rebun Island in Hokkaido, excluding the Northern Territories. It is at the northernmost tip of Japan. That recipient was apparently a resident on Rebun Island, but the name was my father's. However, it seemed that there was a problem with the destination address, so it was stamped as address unknown and returned to the sender, me. It was truly a strange tale. Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender. However, he said that he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant someone had faked his name and sent it. The destination was Nanjo Terumasa on Hokkaido's Rebun Islands. But the lot number written on it didn't exist, so the local post office had been unable to deliver it and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo's son. Was the corn dog good? It was good, yeah. I liked it. What was inside? I do ask that you keep silent about this. It is extremely troublesome to me as well. And even so, I cannot throw it away. The doctor stood up and faced the bookshelf. There was a group of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental, meant to make it very clear that the owner was an intellectual. Yeah, sure. Intellectuals famous for having a bunch of dictionaries. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope peeked out from behind them. He took that out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with cellophane tape, and its faded color and dryness made it clear that it had been sealed 12 years ago. I ask most solemnly for your silence on this matter. Being so persistent that it was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a paper knife. Then, when he tilted the envelope, an already opened mail envelope spilled out. The envelope had a weight to it, hinted that there was something other than a letter inside. The recipient was certainly Nanjo Terumasa. Just seeing that was a huge shock. Following that incident, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he had eventually been treated as death after going missing under extraordinary circumstances. And despite that, this letter addressed to a Nanjo in Hokkaido existed. One could almost take this as a sign that he had faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido. Was Dr. Nanjo really in Hokkaido? Or else, was there another person with the same first and last names in Hokkaido? If my father had somehow escaped from the accident and lived on in Hokkaido, that would have made us of his family very happy, regardless of the circumstances. I also thought of that possibility at first. However, the envelope's destination address does not exist. In short, this envelope was mail that had no way of reaching him. Is there a possibility that the sender miswrote the correct address? Of course, I cannot deny it. However, judging from the residence's house number, I find that hard to believe. Hokkaido, Rebun Islands, Rebun County, Rebun City. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Up until Rebun City, it's fine. But I just couldn't wipe away the feeling that the sequential number after it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, was a little insincere. It felt like a fake number that some kid had made up. They probably wrote a nonsense number that clearly didn't exist. I think it's natural to assume that, from the very beginning, this envelope was sent to a non-existent residence, to which it had no chance of being delivered. If the destination address doesn't exist, mail is generally returned to the sender. But even if, in the case of an incomplete address, the local post office will often cautiously, and to the best of its ability,
research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they still can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. It seemed that the same thing had happened with this envelope, and the item was postmarked on October 3rd. It was postmarked on Nijima. Nijima was a long way away from Revun Islands. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was probably a high chance that having the envelope returned to the sender after an unfixed amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. Why do something like that? Even before asking what it was that had been sent, this envelope was already wrapped in mystery. And inside it. So this was 12 years ago, and they got this. This guy received it on October 3rd, at which time it had already been in the post office for at least a week. No, Paul. No, I'm gonna wait until the episode is over. I want to give the other characters a little bit more of a chance. So I guess this was sent before the incident, huh? Whoever sent it before the incident, then it came back after the incident. Go ahead. After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already opened envelope. From the inside came a small, folded letter, and a small key with a number plate attached. Then a magnetic card slid out. A112 was engraved on the key's number plate. I didn't know what it meant. The magnetic card was pitch black and had gold characters engraved in it. Members was written in English. It's a Costco card. The jet black gold letter card design made it feel like something very high class. But of course, I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter. Its contents were extremely brief, and only the following was written. It's the fucking numbers! Do you remember the numbers from episode 3? 3. Eva was the first one who spotted them. And I'm pretty sure it's the same numbers, right? Also written was the name of a certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the words Central Branch. That was all. And this is... It's a card, a key, and the pin for a safe deposit box. And it wasn't a normal safe deposit box either. It was an unsettling one, which was apparently reserved only for special clients. It's kind of like what they do at the end of Hunger Games? No, not Hunger Games. Squid Games. After he finished putting his affairs in order following his father's funeral, he had visited the bank. Pin and key card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was kept there, and he had been naturally curious about what it might be. At first, he hadn't known what to do.
The card wasn't something he'd owned in the first place. When he mustered up his courage and showed the card to a bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status and was guided to a large vault in the fourth basement. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor had himself stored valuable items such as real estate transcripts and safe deposit boxes before. But this was something on a whole different level. Unlike the procedure at the deposit box I had been using, with this system, as long as you had a card, a PIN, and a key, you didn't need to have your identity confirmed. But anyway, I was frightened at how impulsive that secure vault was. And I wondered what kind of shady objects might await me that had to be stored in a place like this. And then, when I passed the card through the reader, I was asked to input the PIN. And after that 8-digit number was input and authenticated, I was permitted access to the vaults. It was an incredible scene. A world like something from a sci-fi movie. The massive, dimly lit silver room was covered with doors to safes. He had entered that room along with the clerk. It seems that as soon as the card was read, the walls he had arrived to were determined. So that safes he could open were lit with a green light, while those he couldn't open were lit with a red one. A112 was one of those safes that were marked. By the way, there were several other safes marked with a green lamp besides that one. I think there were at least 20. There might have even been more on the other corner. In any event, I only had the key to A112. I had no way of checking the contents of the other safes. As the clerk watched, the doctor had unlocked and opened the safe. When he did, a safe drawer like a large cabinet had opened, and an expensive-looking duralumin case peeked out. I don't know what duralumin is. That was carried into a separate room, where for the first time, the clerk left, and he was introduced to the contents. Crux, they're already dead, don't worry. This is the future. All of them are dead except for Anjay, the character that we're seeing right now. Every single member of the family is dead right now. And the contents were cash. Cash. How much? I have heard that a pack of 1 million yen in fresh banknotes is precisely 1 centimeter thick. You obviously haven't played Danganronpa 2. I haven't, you're right. I've only seen the first one, since those were packed tightly into an aluminum case of such a size. There was probably 100 million in total. I don't know, because I didn't count. I didn't even touch it with my hands. I realized at once, this was dangerous money. It isn't normal to steal a whole 100 million yen in cash in a case in a safe like that. It's much easier to deal with it if you put it into an account and turn it into numbers. When someone is unable to do that, then it's clear that there's something wrong with that cash. My mind went blank, and I instantly realized that I mustn't get involved. So, you didn't use it at all? Correct. I locked it back up just as I'd found it, returned it to its original safe, and left. I've thought about throwing away that key and card, but I don't know what will happen. For that reason, I've been hiding it in the back of this bookcase for a full 12 years. I still do not know what kind of money that was. Could I borrow this envelope? No. Please, just view it here. Understood. Then, if you'll excuse me, there's something I want to investigate. I took One-Echan's grimoire from the knapsack I had set down. Then, hello, Captain Q. That's right. You got it. Then I opened to the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to One-Echan, and compared the handwriting on both. There was no mistake about the characteristic handwriting. The one who had sent this 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What could it be? Oh, new guy. Check this out. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I got something like that on the mail. Hey, Ma, where'd you put that? The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa-san, who had once lived with her. Oh, this is Kumasawa-san. Kumasawa Sawakichi works at the Nijima fishing harbor. He must have gotten his carefree, big-hearted personality from Kumasawa. Many of Kumasawa's sons are fishermen, so they're often away from land for their work. This one happens to work at the harbor, so it was only coincidence that I managed to get in touch with him. Kumasawa loved to talk, so I did hope he might have heard her let something slip, but... New? Only small, okay. This is a very good song. Very unnerving. But he had been very busy in the days since, and seemed to have forgotten about it while running around all over the place. However, its strange contents had apparently stayed in his memory, and he remembered as soon as Anjay mentioned it to him. After a bit of a wait, his thin-lipped wife found the envelope, complaining that he always forgot where he put things right away. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was the same as Nanjo-san's. The sender was made out to be Kumasawa-san, and the recipient was Kumasawa Chiyo. And the destination address was in the Okinawa Prefecture. Okinawa Prefecture, Yaeyama County, Yonaguni City, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yonaguni Island was at the westernmost tip of Japan, and the lot name was the exact same sequential number that had apparently been chosen without much care. Now it was certain. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it returned to the sender. And they were only giving addresses that were really far away so that the return took several days to happen. I see. Its contents were exactly the same. A letter with the pin in the bank's main branch written on it. A magnetic card. A key with an attached number plate. The inscription on the number plate was A113. The number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo. Most likely, inside the ball was the same kind of duralumin case, packed with 100 million yen in cash. I get the feeling my dead mother sent it to me from beyond the grave. Don't really get what's inside and it's creepy, so I just left it alone all this time and totally forgot about it until today. So, you know what this is, girl? Could it be that the same kind of thing came to your place? Ah. What is it, Danji-sama? What are you... Is it a headache? A headache? Sorry, my head hurts. I've got it. I know. What do you mean, you know? You don't mean this envelope came to your place too, Anji-sama? I remembered. I remembered. A strange envelope was also sent to me 12 years ago. After losing my entire family, I was depressed. But it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so I still had a faint memory of it. It was a strange letter which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forget the destination address, but the named recipient had been Ushinomiya Rudolph. My father. I remember how disturbed I was when I got a letter I thought was from father, opened it up, and found a key in the card that I didn't really understand. I felt let down and threw it away somewhere, I think. Where did I put that envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now, I have no way of checking its contents. However, I have a general idea. I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt, there had been a key card, a card, and a note with a pin inside the envelope. Beatrice, what was she trying to do here? So, did she hang out this stupid money to all the surviving relatives? I won't forgive her for mocking them even after their deaths. What do you, Anje? Saktaro acted nervously. As I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off bit by bit. I'm sorry. My hatred of Beatrice isn't anything new. I was just surprised and angry to find out that I had a connection with the witch already. At the age of 6 on that day. For the past 12 years, you've been constantly enslaved by Beatrice-sama's curse. This might be proof of that curse. But please, hang in there. Breaking through that was supposed to be part of the goal of this journey. That's right. Just letting the blood rise to my head won't get me anywhere. Got to think calmly. What's going on? What's the meaning of handing out 100 million yen to the relatives? Is she trying to provoke us? Damn that Beatrice. Anji, calm down. What are you? I sucked that over his head in my stomach. He urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath and started thinking. Yes, we're starting to think. I wonder if this envelope was sent to support the theory that Beatrice was behind that crime. It was postmarked right before the family conference. And it was intentionally set up so that it would be sent back after some time. They wanted it to arrive after the incident, is that it? Yeah. That's what it implies. But it raises a few questions. Why use such an uncertain method? Uncertain? Yes. After all, no one could ever guess at how many days it would take for the mail to return before you used this trick. Normally, you couldn't even guess at the amount of time it would take for the receiving post office to do their research, determine that the recipient was unknown, and return it. Yeah, Now that you mention it, it'd be more dependable if they just sent an arrival date and mailed it that way. What do you... Maybe, but still, if they mailed it the day before, and no matter how quickly it returned, it would probably arrive Monday or later. I wonder if they wanted to make it seem like a letter from the dead. A letter from the dead, you say? You're right. It surprised me, and it made me feel bad. Some mail with my dead family's name written on the outside in large letters was thrown into the mailbox with an ominous label attached. However, it doesn't really make sense to me. I would have mailed it to arrive on a specified day. I just can't understand why someone would allow the uncertainty of it arriving on a day other than the one they imagined. What do you... But it really does sound like Beato to me. Huh? You know about Beato? Well, I only talked with her a little. Still, I can pretty much accept that Beato would do something like this. Can't you imagine that happening too, Mamon? Beato likes pranks like this, right? Yeah, that might be true. I wouldn't put past Beato Riches-sama to try a vicious prank like a letter from the dead. No, that's not all. Beatrice would find it more interesting to do it through an uncertain method, instead of one that was absolutely certain. She would find an uncertain method interesting? I remember Marianne-chan's diary. It had described playing with Beatrice very often. During those times, Beato sometimes played pranks on the adult relatives with Maria. But those pranks always had a touch of witch aesthetics, which was that they were more interesting when they were uncertain. One day, Marianne-chan and Beato decided to use a wind-up minicar she had brought for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time, and if you made the minicar back up, it would wind up the spring in the tires, and when you let go, it would race forwards. I remember that toy. Like in real life, not in the story. They had wound up that minicar and set it behind a milk jug. In other words, the prank was that if you lifted the milk jug, the minicar would jump forwards and surprise whoever did it. Hoping that someone would get caught in this prank, One-chan and Beato had watched the adult from the shadows for their whole tea time. They were looking forward to seeing someone get caught by it. No one moved the trapped milk jug, and the trap ended in a misfire. When One-chan had then muttered, "We should have put it somewhere where it would have definitely caught someone," Beato apparently said this. The most interesting and thrilling traps are those where you don't know who'll get caught, or even if anyone will get caught at all. It's probably true that you wouldn't get this kind of excitement from a trap that would certainly go off. Similar accounts occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person is very hard to deal with. I can't spin the chessboard around to find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. As Anji examined these, her gaze darted from place to place. Then she suddenly showed interest in the wall. There, several framed pictures were hung. Many of them were commemorative photos from when the relatives of the Kumasawa's family gathered or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa was in several. And she still wore a smile that made it so you could almost hear her lighthearted laugh. Witch gone good. True. It's part of my distant memory. But I definitely remember that she was this sort of cheerful old lady. Did you notice anything different about Kumasawa-san in the days leading up to the incidents? Nope. She looked the same as ever. The family conference put her on edge. She was always grumbling about how tough it was. What's this? Among the several frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It was a picture of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. You couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit, as I wondered why anyone had gone to all the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized that some characters had been written with a pen. Oh yeah, that's a photo I got when Mother's belongings were distributed. I think it probably had something to do with that legend of the gold thing. The witch's epitaph, you mean? It was whispered that it pointed out the location of the hidden 10 tons of gold. So, Kumasawa-san tried to solve it too. But this isn't the epitaph. It's the first time I've seen it. There was an arch above the Western-style door, and that's where the relief was. English words were engraved here, and that seemed to be what the picture was focused on. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese, a transcript of sorts. An alt text, even. This door is open only at a probability of a quadrillion to 1. You will be blessed only at a probability of a quadrillion to 1. I don't recognize it. Nothing like this ever showed up in the epitaph or One-chan's diary. In Mother's belongings, there were quite a few photos and notes that looked like her trying to solve the riddle of the epitaph. Mother was actually surprisingly fond of that kind of thing. And there was that rumor that 10 tons of gold bars were hidden somewhere. It's no surprise she got so absorbed by it. In both Maria One-chan's diary and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. It had talked about how it was a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Lands, Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, Beatrice's succession ceremony. Yeah. I was showing that off earlier, Kenster. If you trigger the pachinko sprites, they just become smaller. Maybe the most interesting one was the last part, about it being a succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you were able to solve the witch's epitaph, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold and the Yoshinomiya family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title of Golden Witch. Among the Yoshinomiya family household at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz, which the family head, Ginso, had arranged for to choose a successor. But with the Maria Sorcier interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posed the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its ominous contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder, and both the message bottles drew a tale of a crime following that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. Bloody cereal, delicious. It seems that many witch hunters tried as well. I also found theories like La Plata theory and the Enora theory in certain books. See, I'm getting hungry because of the cereal thing, because I read that as La Pasta. However, neither of these theories were conclusive. Are there any other materials? I think so. But they were all split up between my siblings. I don't have a clue who has that. Sorry. Just reading this English text that Kumasawa-san took a picture of. It gives the impression that this was a forbidden door that was rarely opened. But where in the mansion is it, I wonder? Judging by the lighting, it looks like it's outside. Laplace. Transform, yeah. I wonder if Kumasawa-san thought that the gold might be hidden in there. Who knows? Either way, I do wonder where in the Rokkenjima mansion it was. I hate to say it, but there wasn't enough money in Mother's bank account to make me think she found the golds. She probably didn't find it after all. The Golden Witch, Beatrice, gave 10 tons of gold to Kinso, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the golds. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the Yoshinomiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans in Rokkenjima on that day, sending large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. Like hell, it's a letter from the dead. This is a desecration of the dead. I was once again convinced. When my family died on that island that day, they didn't go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now, and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. The last place Anjay visited was a store in the region between the housing district and the retail stores, with a signboard saying, Marufuku's Sleep Shop. There lived the man who had been the boat captain of the ferry boat to Rokkenjima at the time. Even he, who had once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness, and was now taken care of at the house of his son and his son's wife. Oh yeah, this guy. He looks awesome. And his name was Karen. He has a really good design. Hang on. Captain Kawabata. So he could be Karen Kawabata. An old man who used to be a captain of a high-speed boat that went to and from Rokkenjima. At least among those still alive, he's certainly the person most familiar with matters concerning Rokkenjima. The media hoped he might have learned details of the situation inside the Yoshimiya family from various discussions with servants going to and from the islands. However, he never said anything, so they eventually began to forget this old man. I hope he never becomes... Oh no, he's contracted a serious illness that makes him small. No! No! Okay. I remember it very well. You were still about this small. Look how you've grown. And it must have been very tough on you. I know very well how you must feel. The former boat captain was in such high spirit that you couldn't really tell why he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear too, and he could remember the events of more than a decade ago well, apparently even about how Anjay had been at the time. The way he chatted on was very helpful for Anjay, but at the same time, he also remembered the final family conference very well. And the fact that he remembered even details like Paddler's fall madness on the boat was actually painful for her. Remember that? When he was really scared of falling off the boat? It had been so back then as well. But even now, there was no public way to cross the Rokkenjima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I'd been unable to arrange for a boat to Rokkenjima, so if he refused me, such a voyage would probably become hopeless. I getcha. It won't be easy to find a boat eager to go to that island. By now, there are even some who would call it by its old name, Akujikishima, instead of Rokenjima. It's understandable why the sailors around here would turn down your request.
From the start, fishermen had feared Okanjima as an island of misfortune. And because of that incident 12 years ago, this fear has reached its peak. They respected the sea, feared it, and revered it. There was almost no sailors who would try to take a boat to the cursed islands. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rokenjima, and were limited to taking a trip around the islands. Ironically, this had caused a sense of mystery surrounding Rokenjima to increase even more, which had resulted in the propagation of the bizarre witch stories they loved so much. Oh, would you take me in your boat?
Yup. They're supposed to give it back to me just for tomorrow. Though it seems that Senjin had been in a pretty bad mood lately. I'll knock it into shape.
The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rokenjima. Now my method of transport to Rokenjima is ensured. This is probably all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow. On Rokenjima, I'll reach the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years. Isn't it great? This way it looks like you'll be able to go to the island. It sure does. I'd heard that it would be hard to find a boat, so the boat captain's helpfulness really saved me. Although it may not be the same as it was for you, Anjay-sama, I'm sure the incident 12 years ago has been a thorn for the boat captain as well. One that he still hasn't been able to pull out. What do you... Even the boat captain wasn't able to sort out his feelings. This whole time. That's probably true. That guy had taken his boat out on October 5th as promised. There's a chance that he could have saved a lot of people. If he hadn't been hesitant to go out just because of a little wind. What do you... You shouldn't say things like that. I'm sure that's been the boat captain constantly until today. Apparently, they truly had been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the boat captain, he had known for certain that they'd be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rokenjima on October 4th. But the family had been very persistent about the date of their conference, which had been determined beforehand. It was only natural. All of the relatives had been very busy at the time, and they came to the family conference only after arranging their schedules beforehand. Also, they really needed the money. They couldn't wait any longer. It was probably a situation where they couldn't easily push it back to the next week just because a typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the boat captain's fault. But perhaps you could say that he wasn't so responsible, and he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as these two said, there's no doubt that the boat captain has been dragging the events of 12 years ago along with him this whole time. And by taking me, the last member of the Yoshinomiya line, to the island, and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for his past. The boat is supposed to return just after noon. I keep changing this guy's boat voice. I'll get you to Rokenjima after that, so we should arrive before evening. It's an island without electricity or lights. You won't be able to stay long. Will you be satisfied with a landing that short?
There's nothing that would make me more satisfied by staying longer. I'm grateful just to have you take me there.
Yep, don't mention it. If I hadn't parted with my boat, I'd be able to guide you to the island as much as you liked, without being stingy.
It's not like I had a goal of doing something in particular in Rokkenjima. So I'll be there during the evening. The evening, which straddles the two different worlds of day and night, seemed almost like a borderline between this world and the next. Or possibly 1998 and 1986. And it felt like the most fitting time to visit Rokkenjima. It's not like I have anything in particular to do there. Just staying there for a few hours should be enough for me to find some closure. At that time, there was a small knock on the paper sliding door, and Amakusa stuck his head in, tapping his watch. I nodded back and told him about how I had succeeded in reserving a boat for tomorrow. That's great. It's about time for us to go. We'll be counting on you tomorrow, Captain. Sure, leave it to me. I've heard all about what you guys have gone through. I also watched the talk shows at the time, and was disgusted by the people who stirred out that incident just for fun. I'll help out any way I can. Crow would love Amakusa, you think? Thank you very much. Then, we'll see you noon tomorrow. Here. The fare for the boat. Anjay took the wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pockets. The boat captain should have noticed its thickness as well. But he paid it absolutely no interest and shook his head. I'm grateful to you. This is a sign from the heavens. I've been given a final chance to take you to Rokkenjima and bring you back safely. Now, I'll finally be able to finish the final job Ginso-san entrusted me with. So I'm grateful to you. I got more than enough money from Ginso-san back then. I can't accept yours. Thank you very much. Watch your step on the stairs. It's steep. I went down the steep staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. It was getting hard to believe that there was actually a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Oh, look at this room! Most of the first floor was a bedding store, many futons piled up on each other. We weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Amakusa dashed out first and started up the car. My grandfather's room is empty. I really wouldn't mind if you stayed there. As you see, we got plenty of extra futons. Thanks a lot for the offer. But this way, even if the unexpected happens, you won't be bothered. I don't know the details, but it seems you've been caught up in a lot of trouble. There's a rumor that some suspicious people are searching for someone. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Who knows? Anjay played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed. My job is to take guests to Rokkenjima and bring them back again. That job was put on hold 12 years ago, and it still hasn't ended. So, thanks to you, I'll finally be able to finish it. So listen, let me finish this job, okay? Do you understand me? Yeah. It's not like I'm going there to die. But part of me does feel that, if I could die on that island, I'd surely be able to go to where my family is. I've finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way, heading towards Rokkenjima, in search of a place to die. The boat captain has guessed that as well. That's why he repeatedly told me not to die. Yeah, I won't die. I promise. After all, I'm still not sure if there's any reason why I need to go to Rokkenjima. No, I'm sure there's a reason. Even if there isn't one for you, there's one for them. The island called you. That's why you came here. That might be true. I might have been called. I was called. For what reason? For them. Father. Mother. Batroni-chan. And Marione-chan. Or maybe the Golden Witch. Beatrice. What is on Rokkenjima? And what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow is finally almost here, I still haven't been able to understand my own mission. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard. Then I'll see you tomorrow, if you'll excuse me. Yep. Winding between the stacks of futons in the cramped store, I was about to go outside. Then my feet stopped. What is it? What is that? That? What? What are you talking about? Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed absolutely nothing in that direction that should have surprised me. That must mean... Impossible! Why? Who do you... Anjay, what does it mean? What's going on here? I don't have a clue either. There's no way something that ridiculous... Is this magic? A miracle? Yes, this is probably fate. Now, understand. This was my mission. What do you... I don't have a clue what... Shaking, I pointed into the thin darkness inside the store and froze up. What is it? You see something there, don't you? I don't see anything. What is it you see? Thank you, Captain. Everything was fate. Even me visiting this place was fate. This is the mission and the purpose that I'm going to Rokkenjima for. Anjay-san, what is it? Is something wrong? I don't have a clue either. This girl just froze up while pointing into the darkness. Anjay-san, are you okay? What can you see? Can't you too see it? It's that. Right there. Can't you see it? All I can see is a normal display case. There's no one there, right? What do you... Anjay... I don't know what's going on. Is this... a dream? Magic? What is it? Anjay... Sakataro lifted his face towards Anjay. From his eyes slid a single tear. Anjay-sama... I understand. One-chan, and Beatrice. What do you? This is magic, isn't it? Oh, they're not gonna tell us. No! What did she see? I think I know what she saw, but I don't remember. What a way to end that scene just to keep you hooked. Anyways, back to the past. She saw this. No way, it's fucking Sparky! You shouldn't be here. There's no way Sparky's here. Samurai Jack. Yes, true. A test? Yes. Listen well. Once again, there was a call from Kraus to the guest house. Oh, it's fucking Dead Angle. We haven't heard Dead Angle in like 2 episodes. This is like one of my favorite tracks. And the message was that Ginso wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to become his successor. The head has said that his successor will not be one of us siblings. That he wants to pick from amongst his grandchildren. From Kraus' restrained style of speech, Jessica realized as his daughter that he was being forced to speak. And she was forced to realize that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now. And that if they refused this test, there was a possibility that the hostages would be harmed. And then, what should we do? Indeed. Hold on. Kraus put down the receiver, then looked at the grinning Ginso on the other side of the bars. Ginso gave his next order. Before the test, those involved must be removed. Goda and Kumasawa are there, I believe. It will be a problem if they interfere with the test. Banish them from the guest house. Banish, you say? There should be a guard in the storehouse in the Rose Garden. Lock Goda and Kumasawa in there. We'll begin from there. Tell them to do it immediately. My weapons will be watching. If they happen to do anything questionable, I'll instantly stop the test and execute all of you as sacrifices. I understand. Hello? Jessica? Listen closely to what I say. Kraus relayed the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa. What kind of tests are you planning? It truly is a simple test. I only want my grandchildren to show me their result. Well then, I wonder what kind of results they'll show me. Looking disgusted, Hide watched Kraus was talking with the children. I hate it, but for now, we cannot refuse orders. In this dungeon, a feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into a position where he might kill us. He might kill us! There will no longer be any way to stop this murder. For now, the only choice left is to obey his rules without agitating him. All the while waiting for an opportunity. However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in this so-called test, and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, shutting our eyes so that we don't let a single chance escape until the very end is the only resistance possible now. While telling herself this, Kiria watched over Kraus as he delivered Kinso's orders.
Kiria-san, let us be patient.
Hello, Happy Toaster. How's it going? We're still in the dungeon. I understand. It's unfortunate, but all we can do right now is wait. If only we could do something about these bars, we'd be able to return to the mansion. Me reading a song again. If only we could do something about these bars.
If only we could somehow get out of here. I'll try something. Kinso-san, I have a request.
What is it, my friend? Me listening to him and anxiety.
We understand well that you want to test the children. It is fine for you to do as you desire. Without your power, the Yoshinomiya family might have been destroyed long ago. We truly understand why you want to carefully select the person who will take charge. Besides, that is what the family conference is all about. We won't get in your way.
Your insight is useful. That's right. This is the family conference. The final family conference, where I will select my successor.
And yet, Kinso-san, it is far too cold here. Since we won't interfere with your tests, couldn't you take us to a slightly warmer place? Or at least give us some blankets?
At Nanjo's words, the slight signs that Kinso's mood had been improving were blown away. Nanjo was struck with a moment of silence as Kinso gazed at him with dangerous eyes, as though appraising him.
Certainly, this place is cold. It's tough on an old body. Master, wouldn't it be alright if we moved them upstairs?
I cannot do that. Are you naive, Nanjo? So, by acting as though you'll skip this turn, you truly and splendidly advance your strategy. I'm not falling for that, you see. If you're freezing, then why don't I line the floor with red hot coals?
My apologies.
When did she show up? She's been around. She's hanging out with Kinso. She's part of his party. But she did pop up in a weird place. It almost looked like Kiria turned into her. Virgilia had tried to help out, but in the end, Kinso would not comply. You two sure are obedient. If you felt like it, you could easily break these bars. Even if we break them, nothing will come of it. Of course. If you were to break these, it would mean the end of Goldsmith's game. All of you, as well as those humans in the gas house, would immediately become sacrificed for Kinso's ceremony. But, surprisingly, you two might be the only ones, yes? Perhaps only you two hold the power to break out of this situation, right? You want to reach the Golden Land, don't you? You must have many dreams you want granted, right? Gab, you mustn't provoke them. This is not your game. It is the Master's, as well as Milady's game. What is it, Ronald? No, nothing. We were talking about the prisoners. Forgive us. Gap sent one final sneering smile at Ganon, and turned away. Ganon could only bite his lower lip and shave his fists. You did well. Good job hanging in there. We're powerless because we're furniture. That's right, we're powerless. However, furniture is sometimes relied upon and even loved. Right now, we've only been stored away in the basements. Surely, one day, somebody will love us. Because they'll rely on us. That's why, for now, let's ignore their provocation and bear with it. Okay? Father, I've ordered them to lock up Gora and Kumasawa in the storehouse. Very well. Hang up now. Chester sisters. Observe the grandchildren as they lock Gora and Kumasawa away. If they do anything suspicious, then, in that moment, the selection test for my successor will be over. When Kinso made his order, the Chester sisters appeared behind him in a line. Understood, sir. I will scout. 556 and 410 will cover both flanks. "45. You're in a wide area, surveillance. 556? Hang on, let me check something in the BIOS. We're looking for 00. Okay, I was just wondering about something. Okay, we have 410, 00, and 45. So who's 556? 00. 556 is... that's right. Sorry. She was a good kid. That's why I don't like them, yeah? Good people. What are you doing, Chester sisters? Follow my orders. My apologies, sir. Then, let us go observe. Move out. Okay, so we got the first mention of 556. The Chester sisters erased their form simultaneously. Nanjo and Kyrie had witnessed the instant they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation. But they interpreted this as moving in and out of the darkness in a way that only looked like teleportation. And the two could do nothing but rub their eyes. Well then, I shall begin the preparation for the test. Ronob. Gap. I'm asking you to be the examiners. Virgilia, you'll watch these rats. After all, 2 of my furniture are here. Just in case, be on your guard. He glanced at Shannon and Ganon. Tightly closing their eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow and answered wordlessly, avoiding any unnecessary actions. The background here distracted me a little bit because I feel like this is like the picture of a park, but they really lowered the brightness so that the background looks like it's walls.
Certainly. But be careful.
Maybe it isn't, but it kind of looks like that. Isn't this cold hard on your old body, Leah? Shouldn't I bring you a hot water bottle?
Shut up. Go quickly. Gap.
Well now, what a strange experience this game is. To have a test and examiners. I do hope this development entertains my lady.
Come. Arise, goat attendants.
It's the goats! Virgilia began to call out into the darkness, and from that spot, 3 massive goat-headed attendants suddenly appeared. Ah, Beato's minions. How convenient. Plus, they seem so warm. I see. So you'll use them instead of a hot water bottle. In that case, wouldn't sheep have been better than goats?
You're the one wearing cashmere. They aren't very bright, but they faithfully follow orders and are quite dependable.
Indeed. I leave it to you, my friend Virgilia. The rest of you, follow me. With a dignified gesture, Ginso fluttered his cloak. Following him were Renaud and Gab, as well as the 3 recently summoned goat attendants.
Hey, you 3 are supposed to wait here with me. Don't follow them.
The ghosts jumped in surprise and then came tottering back. Silly goats. Kiria, who had been watching stunned as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort. What entertaining underlings.
Lord Goldsmith did not give you permission to speak.
She was probably embarrassed. Virgilia had spoken coolly, but Kiria saw through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. However, on the inside, Kiria was surprised at the number of people Ginso had with him. After all, including Ginso himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Commodorian. Although this mansion had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known of its existence until today. Are there actually several facilities like this on Rokkenjima? Where many unknown henchmen that only Ginso knows of hide? Just how many humans are in Rokkenjima? Locked away by the typhoon? No, on the contrary. Were we the only ones under the impression that there were only 18 people on this island? Were we, who bickered over whether Batorice existed or not and worried about whether a 19th person existed or not? Nothing more than the frogs in a well on this island? No, wait. Not only that. Hey now, are there actually more people on the enemy side than on ours? Just what the hell is going on? Witches? Demons? Magic? Are you telling us to believe in those? Are my eyes screwed up? Or is it my head? I think I'm losing it. A mass murder by magic. Demons forming and disappearing into thin air. Setting aside the enemy's numbers, how should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of our worlds? Kiria started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore. And while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she gritted her teeth and tried to hold on to her sanity. Obviously, Golda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the rose garden shed. But they were threatened that if they resisted, the hostages' safety could not be guaranteed. And probably theirs as well. It was fairly hard to get them to agree. But once they started thinking that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to the gardening storehouse was to be handed to them after being shut inside, and when it was decided that blankets and food would be carried in for them, they were finally convinced.
This place is pretty chilly. I wonder how long we'll have to stay locked in here. It could be as late as Monday morning at the worst, so a full day and night. I really feel bad about doing this to you two.
George and Battlers cleared a space on the floor and spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they had brought. It'll be hard for you guys to go until Monday with just this. If only we could make a trip to the kitchen. They said not to go anywhere we weren't told to. Sounds like we're being watched. Damn.
I'm honestly sorry that we cannot be of any use. And these are the times that we are truly supposed to be at your sides.
Can't be helped.
More importantly, take care of Kumasawa-san. We don't know what might happen. If the going gets tough, I'd like you to play it by ear and come to the rescue. And more than anything, I want you to be safe. Yes, I understand. Please be careful, everyone. Right now, the Master is taking human lives like they're pieces on a chessboard. Please look out for yourselves.
Boda stared at the floor, even now unable to believe what had happened as he remembered that atrocity in the dining hall. And he hung his head in shame at his failure to fully describe that terror.
Thank you. Make sure you stay on your guard.
You too, Kumasawa-san.
And you all please take care as well. I don't have any idea what's going on anymore.
Well then, we'll be off. Let's go, Valor-kun, Jessica-chan. Come on, you too, Maria-chan.
Oh,
Oh, what a worm. You hate Goda. Looking at the pitiful expressions on the imprisoned pair of faces, it got really hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched. The shutter was brought down and locked. Then, George walked towards the small window on the side of the storehouse. On that side, there was a small lattice window that could only admit light and ventilation. Everyone hates Goda. Just because he sucks a little. He looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other hand, it would hopefully protect him from Kinso and his subordinates. He opened the window and called out. Goda donated to charity. Bet you all feel stupid now. Yeah. Are you okay? You aren't cold, are you? We're okay. You've given us so many blankets after all. If we wrap ourselves up, we'll be just fine. I wish we could have brought them a kerosene stove or something.
But it wouldn't have ventilation here. It'll probably be tough for them. But there's nothing we can do now.
Oh, hello, Camilla. How's it going? We're about to enter the mansion. Hostages are being held against us. Well, probably.
I actually don't know if we were going to the mansion. We just locked up Kumasawa and Goda in the storehouse. Because that seemed like the sensible thing to do. Damn it. If we manage to save Kitty and the rest somehow. Shh. He might be listening. Goda-san. Here. It's the key to the shutter. Indeed. I'll hold on to it. Goda took the key, showed it to Kumasawa, and placed it in his own pockets. There's only one key to the garden shed shutter. The key was being held by the ones locked up inside it. If the children had kept it, and had it stolen from them by some chance, I would do nothing but expose the life of those in the shed to danger. And even with the key, the shutter could not be opened from the inside. Kinso's demands were fulfilled this way. However, there was now no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This protected them. Kinso had ordered that they be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that this cold, closed room would protect them. How are they getting out? Jessica watched this while holding Maria's hands, then looked over the thickets in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, somebody was hiding, watching to see whether we obeyed orders or not. Of course, when we pointed our flashlights out there, no suspicious silhouettes appeared. But somebody was surely out there, hiding and watching. I was hit many times with an urge to scream at them, but I was able to hold that urge back through reason. The four children left the area, repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The light from the faint light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. Oh, we got 4 children. It's just like Scooby-Doo. Well, kind of. We're still missing a mascot. We had a mascot, but... well, you know. I wonder if this insane incident will come to an end somehow. But we can meet those 2 again. To George, who had closed the shutter himself. The resistance of the lock had made it feel as though he killed them with his own hands. But even so, I can't defy them. What's with this test? Damn geezer. Don't screw with us. Killing Mom, capturing Dad for that? I don't get it. I'll kill him. It's okay, Jessica One-chan. There's nothing to be sad about. Maria. Soon, the witch will be revived. Soon, we'll be able to meet in the Golden Lands. Ouch. Don't laugh indiscreetly like that. Seriously, a resurrection ceremony for a witch? Getting so many people involved. And delusions he should have just kept inside his head. It's gonna cost you, bastard. Let's return to the guest house. It'll be bad if we aren't there when grandfather calls. Okay, we're not going to the mansion yet. Urged on by George, everyone began walking towards the guest house. At that moment, Jessica turned in the circle, facing towards the darkness of the rose garden, and roared. Hey! Someone's watching, right? Tell the old man. Tell him I'm gonna fucking kill him. Let's go! Of course, there was no reply. Only the howl of the wind and rain. The children returned to the guest house, while fearing what was waiting for them up ahead. After they left,
From the exact point in darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up.
Sorry! They found me out! It's because you're too slow, eh? Pendragon-sama's going to scold you. I'm sorry! Please don't tell Pendragon-sama!
Be quiet. It was obviously just a bluff. Godai no Kumasawa's imprisonment confirmed. Mission complete. We'll report back.
Yay! Out!
Do you want us all stuck on nothing but carrots and water because of collective responsibility? Let's go. The fact that they were being watched certainly seemed to be true. Because when they returned to the cousin room, turned the lights on, and laid down on their beds, the phone rang again. Earlier, Jessica had been answering the phone, seeing as this was her house. But now it was the eldest, George, who picked it up. This time, Kiria-san was on the other end of the line. George handed it to Badler out of consideration. Hello? In a sense, yes. But she's also like a funny lady that kills people. Kiria-san? Is everything alright over there? Thanks for worrying. At the moment, we're all doing great here. Sorry, I've been ordered to refrain from idle chatter. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The fact that they were hostages still hadn't changed. Ginso, or one of his subordinates, was listening to the conversation. Badler restrained the urge to talk about other things and focus on what Kirie had to say. The test will be carried out by Jessica-chan, George-kun, Badler-kun, and Maria-chan, in that order. You'll each be summoned in turn, so until then, do not leave the room. When someone is called out, they'll head to their designated location, alone. Badler repeated it out loud so that the cousins listening in around him could hear. So it'll be Jessica, Aniki, me, and Maria, in that order. And we gotta stay in the room until we're called, right? Got it. Maria too? Even a 9-year-old girl. What the damn geezer trying to force us to do? Bastard. The fate of the Shinomiya family rests in all of your hands. Do your best. Sure. Badler noticed a strange nuance in Kiria's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. At this point, it doesn't make sense to worry about the Ushinomiya family itself. That probably wasn't the message Kiria wanted to send. She probably meant, there's no way for us to escape from this dungeon, and we can only wait to be rescued. Our lives are in your hands. Something like that. Yeah, leave it to me. We don't know what kind of test it is, but no problem. I'll take it gladly. It's gonna be a serious test, right? Should we really go all out? Yes. It's a serious test. Relax, I'll handle it. Grandfather truly does intend to test you all. It's useless. It's all useless. Some old fart on death's door is gonna give me a serious challenge?
Let him spout nonsense after he gets in the coffin. I know he's there, so tell him this for me. I'll be your successor. And my first action will be to shove my fist into your face. I thought he was gonna say ass instead of... I don't know why. Just a very graphic depiction. And without Kiria having to repeat it, Battler's powerful declaration of war reached Ginso's ears. Battler, I'm truly looking forward to that. I can't wait to see just what a man who once threw away the Yoshinomiya name has attained. Just what lot in life he's reached when he appears before me. Tell him! Unfortunately, Kinso's voice was not picked up by the receiver. Therefore, Kiria spoke for him, laugh and everything. It sounds like he's more than up for the challenge. Got that, Battler-kun? There's no need to hold back. You are Rudolph's son. No, you are my son. Show me something I can brag about to anyone. I leave everything in your hands. Understood, Mom. Leave the rest to me. All of us here have lost the right to inherit the position of successor. Now we're just the same as pieces taken off the game board, looking on from the outside. 21. So you'll have to fight by yourselves. Kiria-san. The nuance of those words meant we've already given up, so forget about us. But for that very reason, I won't give up. I'll definitely crush this test or whatever and save everyone. In that case, here are his instructions for the first test. Jessica-chan's. Kill the other 3. Oh, fuck. Go to your room. Really? Go to your room? What's your game, you damn geezer? It seems he means Jessica-chan's personal room. The one in the mansion. I'll hand it over to Jessica. Tell directly for me. Jessica, here. Hello? Yes, I understand. Kinso getting... Yeah, there's a lot of pretty interesting stuff. I also like to see an episode where Kiria is alive for a long time and she's not girl bossing. It's interesting to see her interact in a different way towards the rest of the family members. Starting with me, huh? Well, been ready. See you later. Even Jessica was probably tempted to succumb to the fear of a girl her age. But she crushed those feelings and strengthened her resolve. Be careful, okay? We're probably being watched, right? We can't do anything we aren't told. All we can do is exactly what they say. They say that old geezer killed those 6 in the dining hall instantly, with no hesitation. So, they would try to fight back. Might end up the same way. I know. I'll beat them at their own game. Don't do anything reckless. If you think you're in any danger, your own safety comes first. If Uncle Krause finds out that his daughter sacrificed herself for him, there's no doubt it'll tear his heart apart. It goes the other way too. If Mom and Dad are both killed, and I'm the only one left, my heart will rip itself to pieces.
Adler-kun, what you said earlier is true, right? Yeah. Kiria-san and the others are already prepared for what will happen. Then, the way things are now is just perfect. Everyone's lives rest on our shoulders. The hostages can't do anything while they're locked up. That means we'll have to manage something ourselves. If something happens, run back to the guest house. At that time, we'll be done playing along with grandfather's game. Aniki. At that time, we'll declare war. Wherever they're locked up, we'll save them, and we'll deal with grandfather accordingly. Are you sure, Aniki? Shannon-chan's there too. That's why I'm saying it. I'm not sitting around and waiting for my fiancé to be killed. What scares me is not that Shannon might be killed by grandfather. I'm just worried you guys will get there first and clobber the damn geezer who made my fiancé experience terror before I do. Oh shit. I see. This really does sound like a test to see who'll be the successor. Yep. The first one to bury a fist into that old face will be the next head. He's trying so hard to be cool. George, Battler, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. Then they turned around and saw Maria holding Kinzo's corpse. Oh, I already took care of it. No. Can you imagine? Then Jessica headed off to her own room as designated. Her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, waving in the strong winds. Watching her go, George and Battler gripped their fists even tighter, making them quiver. Left on the second floor, Maria watched Jessica's back through the window. She wore a blank expression. I wonder what everyone's getting so upset about. Even though when Bad Toriche is revived, everyone will be brought back to life. Jessica's form was already being completely swallowed up by the darkness. At that time, the phone began to ring again. Battler and George heard and came clamoring back. But Maria picked up the receiver right away. Hello? Is that Maria-sama? Who's this? Is this Shannon? This is probably Shannon, right? Oh yeah, it's me, Shannon. Would you please hand the phone to George-sama? No. This time it was Shannon on the phone. And this time the message was to tell the next person, George, where he was to go. Oh, they're just gonna keep giving out objectives, I see. They're each given a task. They have to fulfill their tasks. But one of the four is an imposter and has to murder the other three without the other three realizing. And if he manages to do it without getting caught, they win. Of course, since the time of her birth, Jessica had been raised in this mansion. The atrophied Western-style house that the cousins call a mansion was her home. And yet, she had never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. At the same time, she had never felt her own home, which she knew well to be as alien as it seemed now. They would both eject George from the mansion. Her own room. This had once been her hideaway. Have a good night, Croax. I hope you were able to glean anything from this session. The only or at least I hope that you were very confused. That would also be a good second thing. This had once been her hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, she had never felt as much pressure coming from that door as she did now. Can I say something about this background of the door? That's been bothering me since almost the beginning. I mean, you're not gonna stop me and it's nothing offensive, so it doesn't matter. I don't know why, but for some reason the doorknob feels tiny to me. It looks so small compared to the rest of the door. Entertained? Yeah. That's good. Like, don't you think that doorknob looks tiny for that door? A test, you say? What the hell could be waiting in there? I'm not gonna find my desk and stuff dragging around all over the place, right? Oh, it's one of those not round ones? It looks round to me. Maybe I misinterpreted the image. She acted tough, trying to deceive herself. Trying to make herself believe that she wasn't scared of anything. They call me He-Man. Do you remember that post? I'm still thinking about it. The one where it's like, okay guys, this is the final battle, and it's like a JRPG, and they have the stupid lyrics. They call me He-Man. Shit, man. Whatever, man. Readying herself, she opened the door to her room. When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to be messed up. She relaxed. No one was there. Of course. There was nowhere for anyone to hide there. I sent you a very important DM. You have to look at it now! Okay. Okay. Shit. No, this is not the DM. This is the DM. Oh, thank you. Is it the same? Is it literally the same? I think it might be the same design, like, straight up. How did you find this? It looks identical to the one in the visual novel. It is uncanny. Here, check this out. Look at it. Boy, hello, Kinergy. We're looking at a doorknob. Okay, so yet another nerd West taboo point for Kinzo. He's not being the allegations. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. This way, the room was safe. Was it though? She peeked under the bed and in the closet, but of course, no one was hiding. She probably should have done that before locking the door. What the hell? She looked at the clock. It was just past 11:10. As her tension lessened and fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still about 11. The plan had been for all the cousins to gather, have fun playing around, and talk animatedly about various things together into the night. Normally, we would have been doing that kind of thing right now. Yeah, I guess. It's a little bit late, but sure. Why has it turned into this? It's all that damn geezer's fault. How could he do that to Mom? To everyone? She shook her head back and forth with anger and sadness. But there was no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of the lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, I want to go to the dining hall and see Mom's dead face. Even though Goda emphasized so strongly that it was gruesome and that I definitely shouldn't go to look at it. Even so, I wanted to see her face at the end. But we were warned repeatedly that stepping out of line even a little would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I close myself up in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it'll surely be against the rules, and Dad, Kanon-kun, Shannon, Aunt Kitty, and Dr. Nanjo will be killed. There's no way the scales will balance out between 5 lives and my own life. Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself that said, "Isn't it okay as long as I stay alive?" Faced the door and made to unlock it. At that time, crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap. If the door had remained locked, it might have been in violation of the rules and harm could have come to the hostages. But despite that, your own life might be saved. However, you resisted that temptation and were about to unlock the door yourself. That bravery of yours is worthy of admiration. Oh, if I, the owner of this room, searched everywhere a human could have been hiding, where'd this man come from? There was nowhere for a human to hide. But could something non-human have managed it? This was supposedly my first meeting with this largely built, middle-aged man. I didn't recognize this guy. He looked like a butler and bore the crest of the one-wing deal. A pleasure to meet you, Jessica-sama. I serve as head furnisher for the master, the 27th of the 72. I am called Ronobu. Rono? Genji-san? Ah, yes. Genji is like my little brother. Perhaps he was my true form while in this world. You might even say he was my vessel. What's this guy saying? Oh, my apologies. This is not something a human would be able to understand. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll leave it at that for now. Well then, let us move on to... You might notice that she didn't say Ronob, she said Ronoe. Well then, let us move on to the main event. That is not a typo, she actually said it as Ronoe. So this is that test or whatever that damn geezer talked about. Correct. This is the test that the master has granted you, Jessica-sama. Adornob's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for a meal to be set out. Many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere. Ah! What the hell? As a cloud of gold butterflies spun around in a small swirl, they gathered in one place. Then, that golden mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold, wintry wind. And there lay a Western-style envelope with the one-winged devil crest on it in gold leaf. With a gesture, Ronald urged her to pick it up. Jessica timidly did so, and opened the letter inside. What's this? It is an exceedingly simple test to determine whether one is qualified to become a successor. Please attend to the question written there with a fitting attitude for the successor, who is to support the Yoshinomiya family. And tell me your answer, as well as the thoughts that led you to it. Dumbass. Shaking, Jessica looked between the paper and Renald's face several times. At that time, George, who had been called out after Jessica, could be seen in the arbor up the rose garden. If things had gone normally, he had planned to give Shannon the ring that would be proof of their engagement here. At this time, on this day. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon. Read it. That is Goldsmith's test for you. George picked up the Western envelope, which was on the table where he'd once had tea with Shannon, and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After glancing at it, George's eyes grew sharp.
What's this supposed to be?
It is as you see. This is the test given to you to see if you're qualified to be the successor. As you ask yourself whether you truly are so qualified, answer that question.
What a stupid question.
That's right. It really is a stupid question. Doesn't that mean the Yoshinomiya family inheritance is also something on that level of Goldsmith size? George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter once again, examining its contents. George and Jessica. While the tests given to them were slightly different, they were almost exactly the same. Among the three mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. It's a simple 3 choices. Decide for yourself which one you will choose to abandon. Oh, it's a freaking trolley problem, isn't it? If you refuse to choose, the test will be suspended. I've been given permission to kill you right here by my own hands. If you want to include even that as a choice, then there are 4 options. It's been an awful long time since I've gotten to play with a kid like you, so I can't say I'd be disappointed.
Are these 3 choices only a test? Or will the consequence of my choice be carried out?
Don't be so naive. The one you choose will definitely lose their life. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1. Your life. 2. Shannon's life. 3. Everyone else's lives. If you do not choose 1, all of the above will be lost. Why is Shannon's name here? The second choice has the name of the one most needed and most loved by the test taker. I believe Canada's name is reading second only to Jessica's tip. Will Chad survive if he chooses option 3? You need to believe in you need to believe in George. He wouldn't let us down. We love him.
You gave the stupid question to Jessica too?
You shouldn't be worrying about Jessica, right? Right now, you're the one being tested. It really is a simple 3-choice test. Which can you throw away for the sake of the other 2? Isn't that simple? If you still can't decide, would you like me to lend you a coin?
A coin? How could you choose between 3 options with something that only has 2 sides?
No one could throw away their own life. So, there remain 2 choices that will leave you standing. Will you give up on everyone for the sake of the one you love? Or will you give up on one person you love so that you can save as many people as possible? Either way, you should be able to find a fitting, just cause. After all, this Rokkenjima is now a demon island. The sentimental relationships of the human world aren't necessary here. No one will blame you. Do as your heart desires. And ask yourself whether you're qualified to succeed to Ushinomiya family headship. Or rather, make your decision as if you truly were the Ushinomiya family head. Okay? Fuck you guys, mocking me like this. Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor. Jessica. I believe your anger is quite appropriate. I also find it exceedingly pitiful, and yet truly humorous question. How could anyone wish to die themselves? And how could anyone want to remain alive after abandoning the life of the one they love? And how could anyone massacre everyone else, as long as it's good for the 2 of them? No, Jessica-sama. Such a person could exist. This is Rokkenjima, the Demon Island. It is now completely cut off from the human world and fully immersed in the spirit world like cheese fondue. Values of the human world get taken out with the trash. So please, rank the things you desire from the bottom of your heart. Whatever remains will become a fitting answer for you in this insane evening. Don't fuck with me. How could I choose any of these? If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. Also makes for a fine 4th option. Even choosing that should give us an amusing show. But since that choice will result in the loss of your own life in the end, I believe it would be more wise to be pure and choose the first one, your love. So that the other 2 will be saved. Everything has been entrusted to your decision, Jessica-sama. Please, let me hear an answer in conviction fitting for the successor to the Yoshinoya family headship. I, Renob, am sincerely hoping for a wonderful answer, fitting for the master's descendant who shares his blood. Damn it! Which one do you think Kinso would choose? I know which one Kinso would choose. And not because I have spoilers, because I don't remember. I'm just an empath like that. I'm pretty sure I know what he would choose. That scene was observed through the magic crystal ball Kinso held. Kinso finally couldn't hold it back, and spreading his arms and facing the Hagens, began laughing in an explosive voice. What are you wavering for, foolish grandchildren? My descendants? Isn't this problem so easy that you could answer right away? Isn't this a question that should cause you to waver less than whether to put butter or jam on your morning toast? The fourth option, making cute dog noises. I don't know if he would. Do you people know the correct answer? He turned to face the Chester sisters, who had been waiting on him. And they're like, what? No, my apologies. I don't know, Lord Goldsmith. Fool! Not choosing at all means game over. You foolish rabbit, who cannot even choose a reason or a goal for your own life. You aren't worth a single ant that anyone might step upon without even noticing. Die! Be crushed! Disappear faster than I can blink. And what of you? 445. I would sacrifice the first one. Your own life, sir. Weapons fight and die in battle. And weapons exist to destroy enemies and protect allies. Being able to protect those we love and then die is our satisfaction, sir. Oh, a truly splendid model answer for a weapon. The immediate reply is very nice. So, have you been raised to think that you'll be given an extra carrot for answering that way? That's wrong, see? Even that is wrong, see? Answering that way when you're asked is nothing more than giving the answer you have been indoctrinated with. You are the same as that other rabbit a second ago. You still live without having chosen a purpose or a goal to strive for. You filth that doesn't deserve to live. It would suit you well to be crushed and used as fodder for the other livestock. Oh, she feels bad about it. You don't have to bully her like that. Yes, sir. Animal father would be an honor. That's wrong, right? You don't want to see anyone else die anymore, right? Why can't you accept that? Accept that the deaths of your old wound are still festering and rotting. Yes, rotting this rotting stench would make the noise wrinkle, you foolish rotten rabbits. These are words of praise for you. Thank you very much, sir. Well then, what about you, last one? Which of the three choices would you choose? Without wavering, I'd choose the second one. Oh, the second. There are not many who could stick their chest out and choose to offer the one they love as a sacrifice. Tell me your reason. Because the one you love will be lost eventually. If you don't love anyone, you won't get hurt. And if you lose someone, you still might be able to love again. So, the person you love right now isn't worth that much at all, yeah. I see. So that is why you reached such an answer. You rabbit who has become cowardly from pain caused by love. I have heard that rabbits can die from loneliness. But just when was it that your heart was killed? Then, rabbits, I shall alter the question. Why don't I change the second option to not the one you love, but the memories of the one you loved? How's that? Can you still select that one? What's this about the one you love not being worth much at all? Foolish rabbits. filth who cannot even face up to the deaths of her own love. Try and choose it. Try and choose to have the one you love forgotten. You can do it, right? I'll bet you can, right? Come on. Try saying that you can, okay? Yes, I can choose it. I can choose it. Lord Goldsmith, please, stop this. If you change the question, you just look stupid. What's 1 plus 2? Oh, it's obviously 3. Well, what if I had said 2 plus 4? Now 3 sounds stupid, huh? You're so stupid. Stupid rabbits. Die. Enough, rabbit filth. Go to Virgilia and help keep watch on the dungeon. Disappear. The Chester sisters, with their respectable wounds of the heart, gouged out. Escape by disappearing. I mean, not really. I mean, 410 actually kind of got spared from the worst of it, because she really just said, oh, I don't know. and that ended up being the least hurtful thing to say. Oh, it was 45, my bad, not 410. 45 is the only one that said, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm stupid, I don't know. I can't answer the question. I'm like, yeah, you're stupid, so okay. And he just moved on to the next person. The Chester sisters, yeah, okay. After that, even though there was no one to hear, Ginzo continued talking by himself as though in a play. Indeed, that is the nature of this charming test. In truth, no choice can be said to be correct. Instead, regardless of which answer they choose, it is about whether they can choose without hesitation, quickly, and with a resolute conviction of their own strong, unshakable will. It's their reason and their willpower that are most essential. That is what I want to learn, of course. Yes, my descendants, I am truly looking forward to what kind of answer you will show me. He does seem to be the kind of guy where it doesn't matter what stupid shit you say as long as you say it with confidence. He seems like the kind of guy who eats all that up. Me. So again, I don't remember. I don't remember what his answer is. I'm just gonna say it right now just to call it. But I truly do not remember what he answers. I would say he would answer number 3. Yes, of course, I once had the same question thrust upon me. Because I splendidly answered that devil's question, I was able to obtain gold and honor, and that witch as my possession. Which answer did I choose? Do you really need me to say it out loud? I mean, he just answered. He kept the gold and the witch, who he loved. So, guess which one he chose. Well then, have you nearly decided on your answer? As Jessica stared at the letter that had been crossed and lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the stir from wind and rain shaking the treetops. Regardless of how noisy that was, it actually made the stillness more apparent. Ronald waited for Jessica's answer. However, Jessica didn't answer. Whether she was lost in deep thought or had stopped thinking. No! Ronald couldn't tell. No. He might actually have known. But cruelly, like a demon, Ronald urged Jessica to voice it. If you cannot choose any, I can at least bring you peace without pain. But me. Yes. I had trouble hearing. Could you say it again, please? Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Renob's eyes. It seemed that she had decided on her answer. Kill me. Jessica said it one more time, clearly. Perhaps Renob had imagined that this would be her answer from the very beginning. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded. I thought you would choose that answer, Jessica-sama. Well then, there is no right or wrong answer to this test. The essential part is what thoughts led you to that answer. Come now, please answer with a fitting attitude for the successor. It's not like I chose the first one because I want to die. The second one was letting Kanon-kun die. Of course, that was out of the question. So I excluded it. The third one was everyone else's lives. Of course, that was also out of the question. So I excluded it. After that, only the first choice remains. Process of elimination, is it? So, it was not something you chose proactively. After chuckling slightly, Renob dropped his gaze. A human couldn't even imagine what answer a demon would have been expecting. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Renob's expectations. That answer is neither bad nor good. 60%, I believe you could call it. I'm a little disappointed. You're a pretty selfish bastard, telling me to answer with self-confidence and then be disappointed when I do. Apparently there was more to it than process of elimination. It's a failing grade either way. But there seems to be a little more to your thoughts. Allow me to ask. People don't want to die, so no one would want to choose the first option. People want to live in happiness and struggle as much as life will let them. So normally the first choice should be impossible from the beginning. However, you took that first choice. You chose to throw away your own life. Only that choice remained for you. I tried thinking of a future that would come after choosing each one. Oh. And what did you see? First, I tried letting Kanon-kun die. I tried to imagine the rest of my life after having abandoned the one I love. What kind of life was it? I was a horrible woman who didn't deserve to live. A shabby woman who always lamented her own decision and lived only to regrets. I could never forgive a horrible woman who chose to live and abandon the person she loved. I put an end to her myself. How brave. So, did you also consider the third option? Yeah. I tried letting everyone but me and Kanon-kun die. There's no way Kanon-kun would like me if I did that. So, again, even with Kanon-kun, I was forced to bear the cross of abandoning so many people. And even Kanon-kun was forced to bear it. I'm not gonna make a foolish choice that leaves Kanon-kun bearing that cross. I wouldn't be able to forgive a future me who did something like that. I put an end to that woman myself too. Jessica had pictured it in her minds. The future her beyond each of the three choices. There were three Jessicas. The three Jessicas theory.
Of the three, two had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile at Canon. The dead one. You know, I once had the nerve to preach something to Canon-kun. Something about trying to live life to the fullest. Live life to the fullest. Meaningful words. And a surprisingly difficult thing to do. So yeah, I've got to stand proud and show Canon-kun. Show him how to live by holding your head high and looking straight at the sun with a full smile. Will Canon be able to accept your self-sacrifice? Haven't you thought that your selfish decision might hurt him more than is necessary? That's why I want to leave a message. Oh, I will listen. But I am, after all, a demon. I may not keep my promises, you see. Keep it. Your promise. Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she didn't think at all that she would be betrayed. At that extremely innocent smile, Renault closed his eyes slightly and shrugged his shoulders. I see nothing wrong with that. So, what shall I tell him? Tell Canon-kun to live his life to the fullest. No, that's not quite it. Not Canon-kun. He still hasn't told me his real name yet. Tell the real Canon-kun to live his life to the fullest. Tell him that. But, lady. Jessica, you really are. Ronob is fickle, so he might not have passed the message on. You certainly are fortunate to have me here showing you this scene. A musty three-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a three-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies. Nor did they wonder why these scenes with Jessica and George were reflected on it. Because the reflected scenes themselves were more important. Are you so prepared to throw your life away for his sake? No! My apologies. Krause looked at Canon with a complicated expression mixed in with a bitter smile. Canon wouldn't meet his eyes. Virgilia-sama, there is no reason for Milady to throw away her life. Please, kill me. Please change it to the second choice. That way, everything should resolve itself. I am not capable of granting that wish. After all, this is Jessica's own decision, which she herself chose. At that time, suddenly the earth split and the Chister sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest. Virgilia-sama! Ah! So mean! Lord Goldme is so mean! Ah! I'm doing the best I can. Crushing me for animal fodder. It's just too much. Virgilia, who still didn't have a clue what was going on, was mocked by the sobbing Chister sisters.
There. Everything's alright. Don't cry. I'll make some delicious tea. I'm leaving it up to you all to guard this place.
If they do anything suspicious, inform me immediately. The goat attendants all face each other, nodding their heads. Virgilia took the Chester sisters and left. The sound of them going upstairs could be heard, so they had probably gone to an upper floor. There's our chance. It looks like these goat heads are morons. I wonder if we can trick them. Kiria realized that an opportunity had arrived, but even so, she hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. The Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror had her eyes closed, as though in contemplation. Yeah, Virgilia's really having to deal with a lot in this episode. She really is like the middle manager of Kinso's leadership. The way she had both hands tucked into her pockets, wanting to be defiant until the very end, might have been her own aesthetic stance. Yeah. She's too nice of a person to be in the League of Evil. That's all I had to say. Kill me. Understood. Well then, fear not, for I shall make your death more gentle and merciful than any sleep. As Renaud raised his palm, he slowly approached Jessica. Damn it! Ah! Realizing that his daughter was about to be killed, Krause went half mad and repeatedly body slammed the metal bars. The ghosts looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking those bars. Krause's pointless efforts certainly may have been comical, but Krause was giving it everything he had. He was now living with all he had said he had as Jessica's father's, so that he could save her. Cannon made tight fist with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars. But there were a full 3 goats. There was no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant. It would instantly be reporting, and then even Virgilia and the Chester sister would probably dash in. Even if he could break the bars, that would be the end of it. It was useless. Cannon already knew that the witch sneered at useless efforts like that. So he could do nothing but stare at Krause's repeated body slams. And I see 2 of them kissing and hugging on stage. Is this a reference to something? George-sama. Shannon, who had been looking at the 3-sided mirror, raised her voice. When they looked... Yeah, oh, okay. They could see George, who had been silent the whole time, lift his face. Seemed that George had also decided on an answer. What is George's answer? Have you decided on your answer? Yeah, I've decided. Is it an unwavering answer? Yeah, it's unwavering. Then let me hear it. Oh, by the way, it seems Jessica decided to take the your life option. Surely such an indecisive person as you isn't going to choose the same answer, right? Jessica gave her own answer. No matter which choice that was, it was Jessica's answer. It doesn't influence my answer in any way. I see. Then let me ask again. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life.
2. Shannon's life. 3. Everyone else's lives. Which one will you choose? Could it be the first one, like Jessica?
Wrong.
Oh. Gab looked a little surprised, because she had thought this timid-looking man would be obviously choose that option. Very well, then. I'm glad the most boring option for me has been removed. Then, as crazy as it sounds, could it be the second option? Can you abandon Shannon's life?
You must be joking. Why would I do that to the person I was going to give an engagement ring to tonight?
How bold. Is that your answer?
That's it. My answer is the third option.
George took the third option. Everyone else's lives. George, no! Unsurprisingly, Gab hadn't imagined that he'd give an answer like that. Let's go! Are you celebrating? No! She had been sure that he'd choose the same one as Jessica. So she was interested in how he had reached that answer. How he had reached an answer that had surpassed the imagination of the 33rd rank out of the 72 demons. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me the circumstances that made it possible for you to sacrifice the lives of everyone else that you and the fiancé you love would be safe. Did you use the process of elimination, like Jessica?
Wrong. I clearly had no choice except this one.
So, you don't care what happens as long as it's good for you? So, you can sacrifice the world for the woman you love?
What are you even talking about?
What? George faced the demon as he spoke, almost as though he was disgusted.
Tonight, I planned on calling Shannon right here and giving her this ring as proof of our engagements. There probably are quite a few people who wouldn't celebrate an engagement between me and Shannon. I was prepared to make enemies of the entire family by announcing my engagement to her. I have been prepared since the time I came to this island. No, that's not it. Since the time I confessed that I wanted to engage her.
So, you can sacrifice everything as long as you can get married?
Marriage means continuing to be your wife's ally for your whole life. At that point, I was prepared to have the entire world as my enemy for her sake.
Those words, through the three-sided mirror, also reached Shannon's ears. And that determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had promised to be given an engagement ring tonight. Then, this incident had occurred, and she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as the diamonds dripped down. What a courageous answer. I see. If I really think about it, this was an easy decision for you. After all, your parents were already killed on the first twilight, right? By now, there's no one whose death would trouble you. I see. Truly an easy choice.
Say whatever you want. This determination and choice are mine, and mine as the successor.
The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliantly sharp.
For just an instant, Gap felt the same sense of threat as Kinsos, and was slightly overwhelmed. I see. Yes, the same decision as Goldsmith. Ah, there we go. I was right. He chose the third option. So, even with your innocent face, you will also become a terrible demon in the future. What do you know? We might get along pretty well. You will succeed, Goldsmith. Eventually, I may even be summoned and serve you. That could be surprisingly interesting. Cap had needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore a determination and resolve unimaginable for his outward appearance. Not just now, but since the very beginning. I'm prepared to inherit the headship right away. What the fuck is his problem? No, that's not it. You told me to think as the head in this test. So I answered based on the premise that I am the head. No, even that's not it. I thought as the head himself. I am now the head of the Yoshiromiya family. No! Splendid! To think that you'd be able to go so far. It seems you truly are one to be reckoned with. Battlers and Mariestes remain, but I've got a good feeling that you'll pass. Fuck! But only if that is your true, unexaggerated answer, you see. Do you doubt my resolve? Can you carry out the option you choose? Can you, right now, with your own hands, offer all the life that exists on this island as sacrifices? By your own hand? His fucking twisted face. Yeah. I said I was prepared to do so several times. Then return to the guest house right away and kill Battler and Maria. When that's done, I'll bring you the other hostages. Execute each of them except Shannon before her eyes. You can do it, right? I can. My resolve is on a whole different level from yours. Then carry it out. Death for them all. Complete this bloodstain ceremony as the new Shiromiya family head. Understood. I'll carry it out. I'm already the Shiromiya family head. Yes, that's right. Stay in that throne red by your own hands. You will become the king of the spirit world who controls the demons. Cap was convinced. This man truly was fitting to succeed Kinso's madness. I mean, he was raised by Eva, who was the successor. And he was just as fucked up as Kinso was. Blow, wind, cry, thunder. Celebrate the birth of the new Demon King. The Demon Island has now welcomed its new lord. In response to the demon's call, a tempest raged more and more. Then, a massive lightning bolt fell, with stirring thunder and brilliant light giving the sensation of a moment of silence. So, about the order of the murders. I get to choose that, right? Please, as you wish, your majesty, the new demon king of Rokenji. As your heart desires. Well then, to start, that means the first one's gonna be you. Got a problem with that? Huh? A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as if it was a cloak. It was very much like the cloakworm by the head. It definitely carried that impression of dignity. At that time, Gap truly did see the storm wiped away, and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. The man who called himself the new head bore the full moon on his back and sneered at the demon. Even the lives of the entire Ushinomiya family are now part of my fortune. Reparations will be made for the damage that's been done. And it won't come cheap.
You didn't seriously think you could take my parents, Aunt Natsuhi, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Rosa, and Genji-san's lives and expect me to overlook it, right?
Impertinence! I knew it. I knew we could trust on George. Ronald was trying to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart. But right before he could, his hand stopped. On the carpet at their feet, 1, 2 small red flowers bloomed with a plop, plop. The seed of those flowers was way up high, piercing into the heavens, on Jessica's fist. Ronald's nose was stained red with spewing blood, and those drops had been dripping onto the carpets. By the way, that just now was my answer as a maiden. My answer as a successor is different. Allow me to ask. The person I love, my family and my relatives, everyone, I'll protect them. If I'm the head, then that's my duty. That wasn't just swaggering around. He protected me and Mom. He fought the pressure of succeeding the Yoshinomiya family for decades. That's why I know. Being a successor is nothing trivial. So you know what? I can give it up. Betting my own life is something I can do easily. Jessica knew. She knew that in order to protect her family, her family had bluffed and fought alone continuously. Right under the throwing rocks at couples life, yeah. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left trade was buried into Ronald's face. That terrifying stride wasn't due to just the brass knuckles she was using. Brass knuckles? Hold on. It was a strike of a person. A family head who could throw away everything in order to protect them. Wait, I think I missed the line. Hang on. It was a strike of a person, a family head who could throw away everything in order to protect. If Dad lost his qualifications to be the successor, then I, the next in line, will succeed the headship. Head of the Ushinomiya family, Ushinomiya Jessica. I'm not the kind of coward who'd let you do whatever you like anymore. A wonderful answer. I shall change your score from earlier. +10 for that answer. +10. +10 for that splendid left straight. Which means that +20 more would make for a perfect 100, yeah? As Ronald jumped backwards, somersaulting in midair, he violently wiped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and in its place, It was a grin filled with delight he hadn't felt in so many centuries that he couldn't remember. I, Ronald, will test to see whether your resolve is worth full marks. Understand? Shut up! Shut up! Come at me! Come into the abyss. What? Suddenly, beneath George's feet, a pitch-black pitfall opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by that, George fell out of a pitch-black hole that had opened up in the ceiling of the arbor. As George fell down, he was hit by a reverse roundhouse kick from a sharp stiletto heel, like a strike from a carefully aimed bee. So that was a pretty cool song that they put for Jessica's epic moments. Let's see what happens with George. The instant George, after being blown out of the arbor, thought that he'd be swallowed up by a rose bush. Another pitch-black hole opened there and swallowed George up. And this time, a pitch-black hole opened at Gap's feet, before her eyes, spitting a defenseless George out of it. At that time, Gap had already finished the preparatory motions for the next reverse roundhouse kick. What is this? Welcome back! Right side of the head. Below the right armpits. Side of the right knee. As Gap danced and spun like a small cyclone, she kept hitting him. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, with successive roundhouse kicks. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down. But of course, there was no floor there, but a pitch black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. Gap once again spun around like a small cyclone. George was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. Take this and reflect. The abyss ends with a single strike. Die. The sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's lower chest as he fell from the ceiling. And then, time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gap's raised leg. Still pinned in midair. George moaned. They probably didn't find a way to put Gap. Oh, hello, Fire Mountain. They probably didn't find a way to put Gap in the fighting game without her being super busted. And Gap, with George still hung up on her foot, grins. I'll admit it. At least your attitude is that of an adult. But that's not good unless you have power to go with it. Did you know? They say you need 3 kinds of power to rule this world. Maybe they did it based on rankings, like popularity polls. They say you need 3 kinds of power to rule this world. The first one is influence. The second one is wealth. Do you know what the last one is? I read it in a book. Force, right? Correct. And that's where you're lacking. Gap finally released George. She kicked upwards one more time, changing into another roundhouse kick and knocking him into a pillar. No one will fear a monarch without influence, without wealth, or without force. Kinso possessed all three of those. That's why he reigned as a tyrant. If you're going to call yourself Kinso's successor, try showing me a bit of that majesty, okay? Come on! How long are you gonna sleep there? Stand up, okay? If you don't, you'll fall again, you see? Not bad movements, but I feel they are slightly unfitting for a lady. Bastard! Playing around all over the place. Aren't you gonna strike back? Don't take me lightly, you fucking bastard. Yeah, she was being awesome. She even got a cool song for it. Ronaldo dodged skillfully, jumped back, and avoided Jessica's fist. But he still didn't strike back himself. Okay. Fuck it, I forgot to do this. I need to put a 15 here. Because I forgot. If you can guess which was the scene where the 14 turned into a 15, you get no reward. But I will commend you. It may have been just now, or it may have been 2 hours ago. Who can say? I think. No. Oh. Because of his dodge that was as rapid as a fluttering flag blown by the winds, Jessica's fist wasn't even able to touch him. Amidst the sensation that her own blood was boiling, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large for a bedroom, it was a very cramped place to keep up such accelerated dodges in for long. She calmly realized that and started using not just her fists, but her legs as well. Oh, boxing with just your arms makes you but half a fighter. Your arms must be like the hot roar of a lion. And your legs must be like the cold snake closing in on its prey. Snakes don't have legs. True. Jessica began cornering Ronald towards the wall with perfect footwork. She didn't let him get around her. True! Those magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed a large footing. Oh, sadly you also did miss the... Well, probably not sadly, you probably didn't want to see that. You missed the scene where Kinso bullied the Cheesters. It was really, really upsetting. What? When did I pin that? I didn't pin anything. Stop it. Hello, Neko. What's important? Hang on. Delete this message. No. This one's more important. There we go. But yeah, you missed the scene where Kinso bullied the Chisters and they came crying back to Virgilia. They also mentioned a mysterious Chister called 556. And everyone's like, what's up with that? Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica knew the characteristics of her weapon, the brass knuckle, very well. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't give the opponent a chance to defend. Even if they blocked with their arm, that arm would receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she cornered him. With this fist, she'd whittle away at this demon who'd lost any way to escape. So do you think Jessica got the brass knuckles from this place because this is her room? Or do you think she already had the brass knuckles with her at all times? Oops. Oh, when did... Looks like I finally cornered you, right? Where's everyone being held? Where's that damn geezer? You tell me everything. And I'll let you off with nothing more than plucking that mustache off. Got it? Oh, I see. Yeah. You're right. You're right. That would be a problem. It does take me an hour every morning to set this. Once you're in a cast, you won't even be able to do that, right? Oops. Ronaldo had blocked Jessica's fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. Jessica grins. Ronaldo smiled the same way, but twitched slightly. I see. This certainly does hurt. Here's my last bit of advice. Try and apologize. That I cannot do. It would ruin my image. Then just crumple. Rapid fire! Jessica's fists were buried into Ronald. But there was a resistance that seemed too hard, and the sound of breaking glass which startled Jessica. At a glance, it looked like Ronald had caught Jessica's fist with his palm. That wasn't quite true. Ronald opened his hand, a faint, purple glowing barrier like a glass shield appeared, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth. Pulling herself together, Jessica let her fist fly again. But with a truly magnificent gesture, Ronald caught all of them. I am, after all, a demon. This level of magic is nothing. Even so, you aren't bad at all. If I were a human, I would probably resign right here. Because I am a demon, I can still continue to fight. What are you trying to pull? Is this the end? Are you simply going to attack all the time, while neglecting your defense? Huh? Ah! Ronald's palm shot to within a hair's breadth of Jessica's stomach. Jessica was knocked away by the purple shield, rolled backwards and smashed her head on the bed. My shield cannot be broken by a mere human. Don't think that you'll be able to touch my body again. In that case, I'll just bust through that shield. Persistent, I see. Yes, a truly fitting spirit for the successor. Perhaps I'll be your opponent for just a while longer. This is also part of an examiner's role. Pray? Ah! Cap looked down on George, sneering. George was on a path in the rose garden, lying face down in a puddle. The merciless rain beat down on him, so that it looked as though even the heavens were mocking him. Stand up, okay? You'll fall again, right? George stood up shakily. Seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage done to his body was fairly significant. Beg for your life. What you're doing now is the same as the fourth option of choosing nothing. You chose the third option, right? If you get up on your hands and knees and apologize, I'll forgive your rudeness towards me. Then I'll get you down to the dungeon. There, for your beloved Shannon and your own powerless life, you will kill the other hostages one by one. You can do it, right? You did boast about having that result. George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender. If you are obstinate, then this time you really will fall to the deepest depths of the abyss, okay? Cap's strength was evident. That was probably clear, even more than it was to George himself, to Shannon's group watching through the three-sided mirror. George-sama, that's enough. For someone like me, Ne-san. If you didn't like me, you wouldn't have to fight anymore, right, George-sama? Please, abandon me. Please forget me. There was no way that voice could have reached George. Even so, George answered. No way. I won't surrender. Oh? Why not? Because that's my resolve. I'll fight everything for Shannon's sake. And I'll make everything accept us and bless us. Hey, could you tell me something? Why are you willing to go so far for that furniture called Shannon? She's just a washout, isn't she? Rubbish furniture that couldn't even make a satisfactory waitress. I won't permit any more insults against the woman I love. So, what are you going to do about it? How could a weak kid like you resist me? Loving someone is strength. Because I learned that, I was able to become strong. Shannon, I love you. With just those words, I can stand back up, over and over again. Shannon's in the dungeon, right? Professing your love to me won't. No, she heard. That's because it's love. Shannon can hear my words right now. The reason I can believe that is because of love. You. Shannon, you aren't furniture. Even if you are furniture. You're mine alone. Oh no. The only one for me in the world. You're doing so good, George. And then you have to say that. I want you to be close to me as long as we live. I need you for all eternity. George-sama. I'm jealous. I bet you are. He surpassed my husband in smooth talking.
That's youth for you.
The strength of love? And why are you so weak, boy? Does that weakness mean your love is also that weak? Even your love for your fiancé is weak. The way your parents died so quickly was weak. Everything about your life is weak.
Shannon taught me about love and strength. If you're trying to measure my love towards Shannon by my strength alone, let me teach you about my love.
So you say. I get it now. You're saying that the way you can still stand up after being kicked down so many times is the strength you received from Shannon. In that case, what did you receive from your parents who are killed way too easily? At that time, There was a blackout. Even though they were outside? No. This is... The thing blocking Gap's vision was the bottom of George's shoe. Sidekick. Nasal bone fractured. It hadn't stopped right in front of the tip of Gap's nose. It had stopped. The thing I got from my mom was a skit. Several moments after, Gap jumped back. Of course, that was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he would probably have caused the damage he'd announced. And what I got from that is fortitude. This cringe ass Nirvana kick moment. Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. I thought he gets a new Super Mario Bros. Back in his song. True anger is disciplined by fortitude. I realize your violent method of declaring your intentions. I also see that you've slandered my fiancé and my parents' honor. And you have no intention of taking back what you said, yes? You. I now understand your attacks more than enough. So, maybe it's about time. Time to start fighting back. Quit prattling, foolish boy! A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. The same move won't work again. It was an extremely smooth dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver. Fortitude means calmly analyzing how your opponent will act instead of losing your cool. Why? Isn't it obvious? Can't you guess? No, I can't. It's to counter. To get back exactly what you got. To make them not want to take another pass at you. To make them cover their face in tears and snot and forget to wash it off. To make them want to rub their forehead on the ground and apologize over and over. To completely, perfectly, and thoroughly beat them until they can't get up. George stashed. Pitfalls opened one after another, but George didn't step in them again. And because he was persistent, he was able to reach Gap a second time. Reverse roundhouse. Jaw fracture. It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gap's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gap's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gap kicked at George's shins as a diversion, and in the instance of weakness when he tried to deal with that, she aimed a kick at his stomach. It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel, but it sliced through the air when George no longer was. High axe kick. Collarbone fracture. By Gap's side, George calmly announced that his foot still raised. If that monarch's heel had swung down, a collarbone fracture would probably have been the least of her worries. This guy's stronger than me? At close range? I need distance! She jumped backwards to open a large gap between them. A large gap, huh? She jumped and leapt and even flipped in midair, increasing the distance. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason, It was similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance between them, she'd be able to fight at the reins, and was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kick-in techniques. You fool! You'll regret the pride that made you let your 3 chances of defeating me slide, as you fall into the depths of the abyss. Huh? When she magnificently landed and tried to aim a pitfall, razor-sharp wind cut Gap's bangs. Yes, cut them. It happened twice. This time it didn't just stop a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure. Armada con Martin. The fundus of the eye fractured with the first strike. Cerebral contusion with the second strike. Gap was too shocked to speak. George had closed in over all that distance in an instant, letting off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Bro, shut up! Furthermore, with the accuracy and edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than several of her bangs. I learned that power of kicks from karate, speed from taekwondo, and freedom of brain from capoeira, and hunger from nephew. Mom was pretty fickle, but I've learned from studying various Marys. Why don't you hit me? You aren't going to say it's because I'm a woman, right? You spoke of force as a one stirred power. It looks like you still misunderstand the meaning of that voice. In this situation, force doesn't mean hastily wielded violence. It refers to a deterrence, knowledge that if someone opposes the monarch, that person won't get away unharmed. A deterrent, you say? In short, this is what it meant. This is why all of George's attack up until then had stopped the hair's breadth away. Like, this is a bad episode to try to make George look cool. Because not only is it the same episode where Jessica is being cool, it is also the same episode where the main character is Anjay. And like, bro, you're not gonna compete with Anjay. She's like on an entirely different level. These bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had all been performed so splendidly. Also, if George had wished it, any one of those would probably have crushed Gap. He had, daringly, not done that. You said it yourself, right? Force is the power to control. If you crush your opponent with force, you won't be able to control him, right? Telling somebody, episode 4 is the one with hype moments and aura. And they start and it's like 8 hours of a miserable just crawl through the most depressing shit. But then you get to the cool stuff, so it's worth it. Amonder's force is something that is only shown. He does not crush. He makes others surrender, and adds them to his own fortune. I mean, nobody has a stronger aura than Maria Ushiromiya, we know that for sure. Her aura is so powerful. If you start blowing bubbles, I won't be able to make you guide me to where the hostages are. Gap had to admit it. She had to admit that George understood force in its truest sense. You'll take me to where everyone is. I would advise against resisting. I won't stop short next time. sorry, Leah. Let me borrow your troops. This guy's too much for me alone to handle. Goats! As a large pitch black hole opened in the sky. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 3 muscular goat attendants fell out. Yeah, he's so much like that. He's so much like the main character of an isekai manga or anime, I guess. Basically the same thing. They surrounded George. Reinforcements. Should I take this to mean that you take back all that about me being weak? I admit it. I made a light of your own human power. That's wrong. This is the strength of a man who's experienced slug. How can you say stuff like that with a straight face? Us, literally, right now. Goats. Crush this man and turn him into meatballs. These goats are stupid, but it looks like they at least have power. I'll turn you into a corpse that even your fiancé won't be able to recognize. You refuse to surrender and intend to continue fighting. Understood. Know that from now on, you will receive real harm proportional to your own attacks. If you still plan on attacking me, prepare to sustain a great deal of damage. And George proclaimed that. A faint, red magic circle rose up around him. It seemed that George couldn't see it. However, Gap, being a demon, could. Magic? Why does this guy have a defensive barrier? And that's also a counter-attacking type? Is this what you meant by a deterrent? From a demon's perspective, that may have been magic, but in George's eyes, it was determination. It was a determination filled with certainty, which would be merciless to anyone who wished to fight anymore. And which would force them to prepare for a significant counterattack. Determination with certainty becomes magic. It made me think a lot of that one scene in episode 3, was it? I don't remember if it's 3 or 2. No, it's 3. It's definitely 3. Where Battler is facing the Cheesters and they can't fight him because he has the Endless 8's magic negation powers. And that was actually cool. It was really stupid, but it was cool. Which is like the definition of Battler as a character. Oh, Endless 9, you're right. You're right. Endless 9. Ronaldo had been accurately blocking Jessica's fist with his shields. But something felt odd. Even though he was certainly catching them on the shields. He felt his arm get jarred, and it hurts. Hello, Laha. I'm sorry about the incident from earlier. It should have prevented all physical damage. However, the damage from her fist was gradually being transmuted to his arm, piling up. Nob tried to act like he was composed, so that this wouldn't be noticed. I'm not gonna get worn out. What's wrong, old guy? Starting to get a little tough? No matter much you attack, it is useless. Why can't you understand that you cannot break my shields? I'm not gonna stop hitting you just because it won't break. No matter how hard someone's heart is, if you keep on talking to them little by little,
It'll eventually start to crack. I believe it. I believe that useless effort doesn't exist in this world. That's why I can live to the fullest. If words will eventually make it through, the same goes for fists. Give up isn't written anywhere in my dictionary. Those words were probably aimed at Canon. Canon, who had seemed to reject Jessica's words. But Jessica knew that, no matter how stubborn his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. She believed that they would surely reach his heart, that the day would come when he would stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself. And he stepped out into a new life. So Jessica didn't give up. She didn't lose hearts. It's stupid, right? I bet a guy couldn't understand, right? A girl in love doesn't even think about giving up just because it's useless. At that time, Renov certainly saw. He saw the reddish glow of light that encircled Jessica's fist. Jessica really said woman can't do anything. Yeah. This is not good. An enchantment, is it? Also, you know, the choices that they both chose. In the end, they both ended up rejecting the test, but their initial answers also describe them very well. Because Jessica chose the first answer, which is sacrificing herself, and George chose the third answer, which is sacrificing everybody except himself and Shannon. This permeating upgrade will be troublesome. Inside her unrelenting fist and determination, with all the power to succeed no matter what. But because Jessica is like, well, if I sacrifice everyone and I just stay with Canon, Canon will be really sad. And in the case of George, it's like, well, if I sacrifice everyone except me and Shannon, well, it's fine because I was already determined to do that. And who cares what Shannon thinks about it? From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Determination with certainty becomes magic. See? Nothing useless about it. Looks like my fists are making it through. Bite your arm, old guy. It seems I will have to get a little more serious. It appears, as you said, in this world, nothing is useless. Battler in shambles right now. Oh, my catchphrase! That's right. If you give up because someone is useless, that's when your life ends. You'll get through. You can be sure of that. I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. But even so, I'm sure I'll be able to teach Kanon-kun about a new world someday. So I'm not gonna lose heart in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone. Damn. That's probably not the inflection that he was intended here, but it's funny. Damn. Jessica is so awesome. Pin message. Oh no, it ran out. To somehow open a hole. Okay, you willed it into existence. Saying damn that way made me remember, yeah, Kraus was repeating his useless effort to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. Nothing is useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by those black pitfalls and disappeared. Now was their once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was their only chance to break the bars.
Stop it! It's impossible, Kraus-san. There's nothing we can do without our bare hands. Let's look for a tool. Don't waste time on the impossible.
Let's look for some sort of device, as Valor would say. You give up because it's useless, and it's all over. That's what my father said. Even if my body won't fit, as long as a small person like Shannon or Cannon can make it through. Now that we reach this point, action is more important than racking our brains. Let's work together. I'll do it too. Cannon-kun, you're a boy, aren't you? Lend a hand. Cannon-kun? Kraus-sama, please stand back. What? What are you planning? Okay, Nessan? Just one more time. Let's try struggling. Yes. I too will struggle one more time. No. Not just one more time. Over and over again. Jessica's voice had reached Cannon. It certainly had permeated into his cold, rock-like heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. I don't know, it sounds more to me like Jessica somehow reached both Shannon and Cannon. If the lot he had shown was embodied by strength, he would have to respond in the same way. An incredible metal sound rang out. In the first flash, several metal bars were severed horizontally. And in the next flash, they were severed horizontally again.
Sword Sunday.
Causing many metal bars to clatter to the ground like bamboo shoots caught by a sword. Kraus, Giddy, and Nanja didn't even have a clue what just happened. Dr. Nanjo. Which way down the corridor goes to the mansion?
Oh, of course. In and to the left. In and to the left.
Let's go, Kraus-sama. Virgilia-sama will notice us at any moment now. What in the world are you guys? We are... When Cannon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke. We're human.
Oh shit!
Virgilia-sama! Response from the lookout web. It's a jailbreak. The goat guards aren't there for some reason.
What? Why? It's Cap, isn't it? Taking someone else's summonings without asking.
Cap! 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 Oh, she fucking hates Cap so much.
Confirming battle regulations. Requesting permission to fire at the escapees. Do it. Kill them! Kill... Ah! Understood. 45, 410. Prepare for snipe and pursuit combat. Ammo type guided cluster rounds. Virgilia-sama, an escape prevent your barrier, if you would. Ow! Ow! Yes, you're right. I won't let you escape from here. Oh, my tongue saying gap, gap.
The underground passage in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. They made a really good job of making all of Beato's furniture be just a bunch of bumbling idiots. The door was, of course, locked. And people that cannot work together at all. However, that was no problem for them now. Canon, it's those metal bars again. We're counting on you. Yes, Krausama. Still, it's incredible. I wonder what kind of principle it works on. I'm not interested in principles. All that matters is that he can sever the metal bars. And then we can escape from here. Don't worry, Canon. Do it! Leave it to me. Canon sliced the metal bars again with his red curved blade. There was a harsh, strange noise, and the metal bars only had a slight scratch.
What's this? These are sturdy.
Wrong. They're enchanted. It's one of Virgilia-sama's magic locks. Can you cut through it? Of course. But it will take time. You'll wait 3 minutes. After taking a deep breath and concentrating his mind, Canon extended a red curved sword again. When he pressed it hard against the metal bars, sparks sprayed almost as though he was melting through it with a burner. It looks like we'll be able to cut it, but it'll be tough. Krausama, you've been targeted by the enemy. Please move back. Huh? Pursuers? There's no one coming. Please, get behind me. They're aiming for you. Oh, here we go. 45. Data received. Target lock acquired. Commencing tearing calculation error connection. Formulating firing curve. Supplemental control point calculations complete. Data link to 410. 410. Data received. Checking hazard zone. No problems. Double O. Loading 48 sub-rounds. Individual homing F and F. Added cluster rounds. Preparations complete. 45. Firing preparations concluded. Loading guided cluster rounds. 410. Firing. A golden arrow that sparkled gold was fired, leaving a gold tail streaming behind. It drew a curve, went through the door, through the keyhole, down the stairs, towards the underground path at full speed.
Something shown.
You can't block the golden arrow with a shield. Kanon-kun. Interception stance. Let's link. Gatekeeper. Understood. It's been a long time since I fought with you, Nesan. Don't screw up. Yeah. I'll be serious. And there's no problem. Canon stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind him, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind deep into the darkness of the underground path. A guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and it divides into 48 mini-arrows. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess a perfect wounding and killing power against personnel. Will this be on the test? Yes. You're not gonna be able to solve the mystery if you don't remember what a fucking cluster round is. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possess autonomous guidance towards their individual targets. It's shown.
It's divided. Confirming guided cluster round division. 46, 7, 8. 48 sub-rounds. All rounds locked onto. Interception control. Data link to Canon. Canon. Data received. You're incredible, Nissan. You can actually see all 48. Concentrate on interception prioritization. Trust your Nissan. Of course. I don't even need to open my eyes. Commencing interception. Target unharmed. It was intercepted. Yeah? All 48 of them?
Ho 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 ho. After all, Shannon and Canon were originally a furniture pair. They're strong when they're together. Ow! Is this gonna become a mouth ulcer or something? Calm down. Reload. Updating ammo type. Precision light speed sniper rounds. Preparing for precision sniping.
Sounds good, yeah? Impossible to intercept super high speed rounds. Impossible for a mere gatekeeper to defend against, yeah? Precision sniping. Roger that. Commencing collection of precision firing use data.
What in the world was that just now?
Don't worry. I don't have a clue either. All I know is that we would have died if not for these two. Canon-kun. Thanks. Go back to the metal bars. The next shot will probably be one we can't intercept. How can we defend against such an attack? We don't let them shoot. Canon-kun, initiate spirit particle combat countermeasures. At those words, Canon closed his eyes tightly and ground his teeth. With Shannon at the center, a pressure and impact that only non-humans could perceive struck. Huh? Firing system error. No good. Rebooting. Huh? It's spirit wave jamming. Activate spirit particle safeguards. Hurry! What are you doing? Cover your ears quickly, 45. An unseen, unheard impact had struck the Cheester sisters. 00 and 410 crossed down, covering their ears, but 45 didn't make it in time. As she stood bolt upright, her eyes rolled. Pew? Pew! 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 45 got damaged. Her IME's busted. Yeah, the noise is also horrible for me. Yeah. 45, 410 and 00 damaged. Abandoning sniping posture. It came straight through the link. If we don't reboot, raising their spirit particle sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave. Shot on heavily. It's like when you put night vision goggles on and somebody flashbangs you. An experience that I'm sure everybody can relate to. And not only 45, who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410, who had been linked with her, were taken down.
Are you okay? I'll make some more delicious black tea later, so get a hold of yourselves.
My apologies, sir. Rebooting.
Please wait several hundred seconds.
All the Cheester sisters had fallen over. They would probably get back eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while. So, furniture was able to repel weapons, if only for a moment.
I see. A plot to entertain that child truly will be filled with unexpected turns.
Virgilia tore the air with a large gesture, motioning us to opening a door.
Come, arise, goat attendants. It's time to work. Catch and kill the escapees. Corpses are fine. We can just revive them anyway.
A gold-colored door opened in the air, and countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out.
Come now, hurry. There are 5 escapees, so the fastest 5 of you win. There will be a wonderful prize, so give it your all. Give it your all.
Virgilia clapped her hands, urging them on.
A prize?
After facing each other at those words, the goats all rushed to the door at once, trying to get out, making the exit as packed as the Tozai or the Yamanote rail lines in the morning. Each wanted to get out first, so none of them could get out. Virgilia had her in frustration. In the fight game, she has a move that just summons a huge ghost stampede like that. It's awesome. Oh, she's so cool. She's so cool in how everything goes wrong for her. By that time, Canon had managed to cut enough bars to make a crowd that could be slipped through. It had been a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nanjo with his lethal waist. Hey now, but even so, they all managed to make it through. But after they did, they only had a couple seconds to be relieved. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them. This certainly is secure. I'll bet they really didn't want people in here to escape. I know. Sorry, but I'll have to ask you. It may be tough, but please. There was sweat on Canon's forehead. You could tell at a glance that cutting the metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, had physically exhausted him. Yes, leave it to me, Kraus-sama. Only you can do it. Please, we're counting on you. Only he could do it. Holding tightly onto those words, Canon concentrated his mind once again and set himself to the task of cutting metal bars again. Enemies are coming from behind. Multiple targets. Yeah, this time even we can tell. Ground's really shaking. I can tell that some ridiculous monsters are rushing at us. Don't worry. I'll use a magic block to make a blockade of the metal bars we just came through. Mere ghosts won't be able to break it. Shannon held her hand out towards the metal bars that they had gone through. But you stopped right away.
What is it?
Virgilia-sama has started neutralizing the spirit wave jamming. It'll be hard if it's broken, and we'll lose the initiative once the Cheester Sisters are rebooted.
I'll make you pay in full for bullying these cute bunnies. If you're trying to gain the advantage with those clever spirit particles of yours, I'll tear all that away and rob you of them.
Yes, concentrate on spirit wave jamming. The gap in those metal bars is too narrow for those goats. It should hold them back for a while. I don't have a clue what you're saying, but we know it's something pretty bad. Kitty had picked up a metal bar that Canon had just cut. Oh, hello, Jam. Yeah, you are jamming. Charles had no weapon, but he rubbed his fist, and the two of them glared into the depth of the underground passage, where the shaking was coming from.
I've believe these are the final metal bars blocking the way.
How far is it to Natsu from here?
Quite a walk. The path is even, but I seem to remember walking for 30 minutes.
So if we run all out, it'll be half that time. They couldn't tell for sure since they didn't have the three-sided mirror. But there was no guarantee that George and Jessica would still be alright against demon opponents after all this time. If we run at twice the speed of walking, it'll be 50 minutes. And twice that speed would make it 8 minutes. And if we sprint a lot at double that speed, it won't even take 5. No problem.
What an unreasonable calculation. But that's how you calculate in a fire.
My sincere apologies, everyone. Please watch my back. Leave it to us. Cannon, you cut the bars as fast as you can. Shannon, you concentrate on jamming this witch called Virgilia or whatever. Kiryu-san and I will defend against her pursuers. Then the roars of peace rang out from the darkness, and several fiery glowing bright eyes appeared. Goats that were several levels more massive than the guards were rushing with an incredible force. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. They brought a frowning in intensity and terror, but Kiryu actually laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the crack in the bars. The group of ghosts crashed into the metal bars with a fierce sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Lumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had bent as if collapsing. Their charging power probably wasn't par with the train. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they would have likely have overwhelmed the 5 of them and crushed them in an instant. When the group of goats pressing up against the metal bars noticed the 5 people right in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Or maybe that was out of pain from their game of push and shove. So, one calm goat among them figured out what should be done about the metal bars. Then grabbed 2 of them with his massive arms and began bending them as though opening the double doors. Kiryu sharply jabbed her metal pole at the goat's vitals. The goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down. Krao-san. Oh! Still holding the metal pole she had stuck out, Kiryu relinquished the opposite tip to Krau's. Krau's round there with all his might, jumped up and kicked down with all his weight and kicking power combined. All of that destructive power was focused on a single pole, drilling it in.
Are you okay? Please don't rub the affected area. I'll prescribe some medicine later. Take care.
As the goat who'd taken a pile of bunker to its vitals right with teary eyes. It nodded its head. Looks like our link isn't that bad either. We won't lose to Shannon-chan and Kanon-kun. Naturally. For a loving family. We can do it if we take them together. Next, that one on the right. Understood. You really are a good wife. That rule must have crumbled a little too much. Oh, tell me about it later. Riddle-san, suddenly turning pale in heaven won't do any good, okay? The girl's massive bodies were buried in rose bushes. Even taking into account that a leg's power is 3 times that of an arm's, their strength surpassed common sense. To think that those massive bodies had been kicked in the chin and flown through the air. It was too fierce. Even George seemed a little surprised. I'm gonna go get water real quick. Be right back. I return. Here we go. To think that my kick works on monsters too. Now there's a shock. It's because of your counterattack style barrier. The attacking power that grazes you is added onto your own. Your kick has been supplemented by those monsters' superhuman strength.
Oh. I don't really get it. But isn't that just perfect for me? No matter who attacks me, they should be prepared for a counterattack of equal measure. Non-aggressive defense. That's my policy.
That's why Gap couldn't easily touch him. The counterattack style barrier had no defensive power. However, because of its countering ability, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The ghost had been foolish and so had attacked without worrying, but this second effect had worked in full against Gap.
These guys really are tools.
When your power is even, it's always an advantage to have a smaller build. He lightly dodged the like arms. When those arms touched the barrier that protected George, they let off a strong red light. The tip of the counter-attacking foot would then again gain the same sparkle, and the superhuman power of the goat added to its own. The second goat fell forward and floated in the air for a second. Then George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the fallen goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped it might get away with its life. But no! A heel was dropped onto the back of its head, and it was forced to kiss the ground. Going from a high roundhouse kick into a nitty chuggy is pretty basic, right? Works pretty well every now and then. This guy's a problem. Seriously, a problem. What do you mean, demons? What do you mean, witches? Rulers of Rokkenjima are the Ushinomiya family. I'll make you physically aware of that. You! The only way to finish off George now that his body was wrapped up in a counterattack style barrier was to deny him a chance to counterattack. Nothing to do but suck him into the abyss next. Then kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him, until she kicked him to death. But George had already completely seen through the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gap's pitfalls. He could jump over that next pitfall. Nothing to do but suck him. And this time, he would probably pulverize Gap's head with his whirlwind-like kick. Without holding back in the slightest. Just as had been done to his parents. She was able to envision that scene vividly. Gap hated Kinso more than ever for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Even though Renov held out a shield, he had finally started using his hands. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to block Jessica's fists anymore. The enchantment on Jessica's fist grew the more she fought. The permeating upgrade had already grown several times, and those fists had also been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, and a speed upgrade, making them fists worthy to fight on par with the demon. She's got the +3 fists. What's wrong? Starting to get tired? You're getting all slow. No. Your movements and thoughts and kinetic vision have been rapidly enchanted. My movements have not changed from the beginning. Your movements are beginning to catch up to me. And you still won't fight back? This is my style. However, I cannot allow it to continue at this rate. It's about time for me to get serious and end this. Renault's face turned into an expression he hadn't shown before. It was full of respect for Jessica in a truly demonic way. Because it wasn't expressions he only showed for enemies who made him get serious. Whoa! What the? With a gesture of his whole body that you couldn't call elegant, Renault held out a shield with all his strength. A shield the size and thickness of a wall. It was more tenacious than a simple shield. It literally was a wall. And on top of that, with all of Renault's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Then he panned him, pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death. Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid. Is this what you call serious? No problem. I'll break right through it. I will not let you this time. This wall is somewhat different. Here, allow me to enchant it as well. Renault made a magic sign almost like a ninja. The wall glowed red for just an instant, and some kind of ominous power dwelt within it. Jessica was able to recognize it almost immediately with her body. Every time her fist hit the wall, painted steel glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body, rebounded against her. Upgraded with attack reactive armor. An exceptional item that will decrease the force of your attacks by counterbalancing them, and which can even counterattack with reactive fragments. It's perfectly fine to keep punching it, but doing so will damage you as well. In short, it's an endurance test between me and your wall. No problem. Will you fall to your knees first, or be pushed into the wall first? Allow me to observe. Except I might break through it and smash that whole wall on with your face, right? Watch it! Without hesitation, Jessica punched using both fists. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, torturing her entire body. Instantly, several red gashes appeared all over her. She grimaced at the intense agony, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lips curved in a grin that stood in sharp contrast to the pain. Are you done yet? You're fine. The metal bars blocking them don't seem to be. Just a little more. There's no stopping these guys. These metal bars might break just from them shoving each other. The group of goats made the metal bars break. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. The way those countless hands grabbed the metal bars sometimes happened to match up by chance. Several hands grasping two metal bars neatly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and the crack was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one. They weren't getting anywhere. They could only stop the gap from spreading left and right. Oh, they couldn't. that time, there was a loud metal sound behind them. Ganon had finally finished cutting. Quickly! Hideya-san, ladies first. You go next, Dr. Nanjo. Rao-sama, please leave this place to me. This is... Ganon's red sword that had cut the metal bars disappeared. Sorry. You've entered Virgilia-sama's spirit particle area of influence. Our magic power has been neutralized. How dare you resist me this far? I, who was called the Great Witch. You can no longer use your magic in that underground passage. A magic circle column drew a complex magical formula with Virgilia at the center. With such genuine magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she had withstood as long as she had. Spirit particle supremacy and truth. Sisters. It's your turn now, right? Wait, are you still rebooting? Why are kids these days so bad at waking up? My apologies. We're all different versions. Why do the shortcuts and pull-down menus get all screwed up every time you change versions, yeah? You did not shut down correctly last time. Administrator privileges? What's going on? I don't know. Q! Fix me quickly. Ah! Call the Imperial Guard's troubleshooting team. What? You can't help us without a user code? Already have a user code, yeah. Q! It just sounds like 9999 in Japanese to me. Have her write it on some paper. She can't reinstall her IME, so you can't write characters, yeah. You take your time fixing yourselves. I'm going. Sorry! The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Virgilia was again shocked by this congestion. What are you doing? Huh? You want to go first because you want the prize? You're getting in each other's way because you don't want the other goats to steal the prize from you? You stupid goats! I'm going, so make way. What? You don't want to? Virgilia-sama is trying to steal your prize? Why are you all standing arm in arm? Ah, tight! Cramped! When did this become a goats only car? You... The kid who just touched my butt, get off at the next station. Huh? What's with you? Come this way, you say? The five in Cross's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't dawdle around in an underground place like this. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. If they could meet up, there would no longer be any more sorrow. At that time, a terrible rumble started chasing them. Had their pursuers finally made it through the metal bars? But they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. However, that rumble and the dirt that fell here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer. Finally catching up with them and even going past them. It felt almost like being chased by ghosts. For a second, they thought they'd gotten away, until the ceiling in front of them fell in, and a single goat stood in their path. Virgilia was sitting on its shoulder.
This wise child knew a shortcut. What a good kid. You get first prize. Later, you can get some handmade mackerel curry.
Maybe it really was a happy about that dubious prize. The massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and writhing. Virgilia leapt down, laughing that this time was finally checkmates.
Damn. It's no use.
Our magic has been completely killed.
Not yet.
Even without magic, we still have these bodies.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no way you could fight a monster like that without that strange power.
Stay back, children. I'll do something about this. So escape past the sides of that monster while I distract them.
I won't let you.
Virgilia clapped her hands. A purple magic circle wall appeared behind her, sealing even the faint hope that Krause had been betting on. Is there nothing more to be done? No, not yet. Even Jessica fought. We must do so as well. Are you serious? It's not possible. Not against that massive monster.
Don't be absurd. Krause-san, let us think of another way.
If you think of something, say it. Till then, it looks like I'll have to manage something. Come on, get back. Take care.
My. Krause. You intend to fight this child alone?
You never know. In a fight, it's always possible to get an unlucky shot.
You think you can win even with a fluke? Allow me to explain so that even one so blissfully unaware of this place can understand.
What?
If you were to wield 100% of your strength, your power level is at most 6. In comparison, this child has a power level of 1,000. In short, even if you were 100 of you definitely couldn't win. Well, it's true that there are uncertain elements in a fight. Let us admit that your power level has a slight scaling factor to it. But even so, your chances of defeating this child are perhaps 0.00001%. Do you understand? You would even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory.
Virgilia and the goat guffawed together.
Damn it.
Not a 1 in 10,000 chance. It means the payoff will be 10,000 times greater, right? Splendid, Dark Horse. Seeing a ticket like that makes me want to buy it right away.
But the point to buy it is your life. And you've only got one of those, yes? However, I can understand why you still want to entrust that miracle to fate. Therefore, I shall praise your courage for standing against us without fear, and give you a bit of a handicap. This child will only fight with only his left arm.
Are you noticing something in the screen? Oh, hang on. Let me remove the battler thingy. You can't see it. You're hearing those noises, right? Yeah, you're hearing the noises. I don't remember where this thing is. I'm just gonna remove it like this. Check this out. Oh, the battery thing? Thank you.
Well, even so, I have absolutely no intention of losing to you. Come to think of it, what's that bing bong noise I keep hearing?
Very well. I'll take that challenge. Whether he uses his left arm or not, I'm sure I'd be killed with a single strike. I also only have a single chance at a strike. I can only bet everything on that.
That's absurd, Kraus-san. I know you used to do boxing, but wasn't that as far back as your college days? No. Even if you were a pro boxer, there's no way you could defeat a monster like that with one strike.
That would be true if it were a match in the ring. And while Kraus-Nissan's chance to bet on this hope is faint, it does exist. He's betting everything on that hope. You weren't saying, but there's no way that would work out. Kraus-sama, watch me. I'll settle this with a single strike.
How shallow. I know what you're after. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the Golden Crossbows step in with all their strength to settle the fight with a single blow, their power will be double what is normal. Both will cross together, but shall relative 4 times normal. Even if, on top of that, the strike lands on a weak point for a critical hit, I will only double the power again. In short, Krau's maximum power at 6 times 8 would be 48 at most. He might or might not be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. If you're killed every time you take a hit and your damage still accumulates. Let's see. Perhaps you might finally win when we get to the episode 24, yes? If only the series could stretch on so long. Either way, you don't even have a slight chance of victory. 7. Hey. Seriously, what is that bing bong sound? Let me bet everything on a single strike. You have no reason to hold back either, Goat-kun. Come at me seriously. He's requesting that you go all out. Smash him with a single serious strike, and turn him into chunks of meat. As the goat got excited and beat his chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint. Is this what you wanted? Put your hopes on the greatest limits of your power level, and despair when even that gets you nowhere. 8. It rang again! What the heck? It's really starting to get on my nerves. Here I go. Ready? I go to howl in response. Then, with a mass timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullet shots out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. The goat's fiery glowing eyes clearly locked onto Kraus's face. He could perfectly see a vision of when he would step forwards, when he would punch to Kraus and blow him away, and when he would win perfectly. 9. The long, painful days up to that point drifted through the goat's mind. 10. Those painful days of training when his senpais had picked on him. 11.
Those faint glimpses of the warm concern his senpais felt for him. 12. And the joy of the day that his power had been acknowledged. When he had been accepted as one of the comrades. 13. I never showed proper respect to my parents. 14. Right. Didn't I plan to wash my hands of this business when this job was over and return to my hometown? 15. I'm sorry, little goat sister. Your Onichan always caused you so much trouble. 16. And I actually have a childhood friend, and I'm gonna marry her when I get home. 3 in a row. Ah! No! Stop tripping all those loser flags! You can't handle that punch! Dodge it! It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed. You fool, Virgilia. Looks like you failed to make a calm and rational decision. You mustn't take that punch! Knock it aside! The very instant the goat's left straight and Cross's right straight crossed. The goat obeyed Virgilia's order with super fast reflexes and pulls his straight back, repelling Cross's punch. That's right. Virgilia's decision probably had been wise. After all, the number of loser flags amplifies the power level of one's opponent. That was close. If you had taken that punch after tricking so many loser flags, imagine just how great a force it would have been amplified too. Come on. From there, smash the completely open right side of his face with the right straight. What? That promise about fighting with only your left arm? Aren't promises made to be broken? 20. Ah! Tripped another one! I'm disappointed, Virgilia. You really have lost your composure. What's that? How was I not composed by noticing it beforehand and making him avoid it? Why is that, Kiria-sama? If they had crossed like that, wouldn't it have been Krause's? Ah, I see. Even with 20 loser flags, that's not enough. Krause's and the Ghost double rush made 4 times 4. With a miracle as an ally, the firm promise of a critical hit double it again 4 times 8. On top of that, there was an amplification of times 20, equal to the number of loser flags, making it times 160. At a glance, that was an incredible amplification. But even so, Cross's power level was 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only made for a power level of 960. Just barely below the GOAT's 1000. That's why I said you weren't composed. It's your blunder. If they had crossed like that, you would have won. Even if that were so, it all comes down to the same thing. It's this right straight smashes Krause's head. Die, Yoshinoya Krause. Take this. Strongest strike of the boxing world. After repelling Krause's right straight, the Ghost right straight attacked the right side of Krause's face, which had been left open. But there, it crossed Krause's left straight. 2 punches cross and time stop as each aim for the face of the other.
Oh. To think that it would be time for a simultaneous strike.
But his power level stops at 160, making a nice... No, Virgilia, no.
It doesn't reach up to my child's 1000. No. Virgilia-san. It's your loss.
Why?
You made him repel the first cross counter. Certainly, if another right straight after that were to hit, Krause would probably be in pieces. However, that was crossed. That's no good. Sorry, but this is a complete loss for you and this coach.
A cross counter has 4 times the destructive power of a normal punch. This is common knowledge in the boxing world. And if it's blocked and the right straight hits, then it's a double cross counter with 8 times the destructive power. This is also common knowledge in the boxing world. What they're not telling you here that they're probably gonna glaze over. The thing about cross counters, and the reason why almost nobody uses cross counters, unlike a regular counter, a cross counter is an exchange. So while you do a ton of damage, you also take damage. It's very different from a regular counter where you avoid all the damage. So, you know, you regularly don't want to use a cross counter because it's a very risky move. This technique is what retired Joe from Ashitano Joe because he used too much cross counters. Massive L. Truly. Go on, Cross. Smoke that blunt. You have earned it. We'll be waiting for you on episode 5 when you finally smoke that blunt. And if that is crossed, then by principle of leverage, that triple plus would multiply the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully common knowledge in the boxing world. If you hit with a triple cross counter, you straight up kill the other guy. I don't think that's ever happened in real life. And if it has, the guy died. It's even written in that Minmei Shobu book. Cross-hand's power level is 6. The rushing from both sides is times 4. The critical hit is times 8.
And times 160 for tripping too many loser flags.
And times 12 for the triple cross counter.
Times 1920. His power level is 11,520?
Cross's punch now had the power to easily win the first Tenkaichi Budokai. Oh right, because of the whole 9,000 thing, and that's in Dragon Ball Z, right. They just fucking said it. This result was brought about by Krausan's persistence in not giving up victory until the end.
And your pride. Without either, this strength would not exist.
You fought well. You may now fall. Nanjo clapped the goat on the shoulder. Hironi-chan gave it his all. As a sparking drops from the goat's side scattered, he bent backwards and fell on Virgilian.
You! Heavy! Get off of me!
He really does. But I mean, the reason it's better for him is also because his moment is about how he has no chance of winning and yet he wins. And also the anime bullshit is really funny. The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virgilia. She wriggled around it on top of her, but it didn't look like she'd be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Virgilia had sealed broke. Giant billboard flashing. This shit is not happening! Don't take it personally. It was a principle of leverage that led to your defeats. I wonder how the principle of leverage applied to that counter. It's an eternal mystery.
Let's escape while we can. You take care too, Goat-san.
Well then, excuse us, Virgilia-sama. Now.
Wait! Wait up! Get this off me!
Gop, gop, gop! Gop! After that, there was nothing to block their way. They ran intently through the underground passage. Gop! Jessica had finally been cornered with the wall at her back. Ronaldo advanced with his magic circle wall bit by bit and would probably crush her against the other wall eventually. By the way, we're not doing a marathon until the end of this episode. We're doing a marathon until the end of this scene. I want to see if we can finish this scene. Considering the distance, she threw out her fist. This would be her final strike. Yeah, I'm just trying to finish the scene. Jessica had dealt out many punches so far. The wall wasn't invincible. It had already started to crack, and it wouldn't be strange for it to smash at any moment. However, due to the rebounding damage, Jessica also had cuts all over her body. It was all worn out. Yeah. At this point, you're in like sunk cost fallacy. Like, it has to end very soon, surely. Surely we're at the end. Please, put a stop to this. I don't intend to crush you. It is up to the masters to decide how to deal with you. Sting is back. Quit fucking around. Oh. However, I also intend to congratulate you especially for your good fight. Quit fucking around. Not yet. It isn't over yet. You have wounds all over your body. It's all you can manage just to stand, is it not? It seems you plan on putting all your strength into this final strike. However, that final strike will be fatal for you. The damage reflected by Ronald's magic circle wall was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch would bounce back onto her. The more all-out she went, the more suicidal it would be for Jessica. I get it. I know that. I'm warning you. Stop this now. This is for your own good. Stop bluffing. Your wall is already about to break, right? I can tell by the feel of it after punching it so much, okay? That was a fact. Nob's wall was already on the verge of breaking. And on top of that, Jessica's fist had been imbued with an unimaginable magical attack power by now. And their destructive strengths defied the imagination. In the worst case, that destructive power might even pierce the defensive wall, smash her knob as well, and create an expansion connecting this room to the next. However, that damage would rebound on Jessica as well. She wouldn't escape unharmed. I will say it just one more time. Stop. I say this out of consideration for you. Shut the fuck up. Prepare yourself, Jessica howled, putting all the strength of her greatest and final destructive power into her fist. She roared. Now, George. The three ghosts had been beaten down long ago, without straining to breathe in the slightest. George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gap. He was after her. He was planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gap was also aiming for a single strike. If she let that chance slide, she would be killed this time.
Aren't you going to use your pitfalls?
Even the tiny opening during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal with George as an opponent right now. Gap cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed the gap between them.
If you won't come, I will.
Go ahead. There's no point in cheap tricks anymore. I'll settle it with this kick of mine. For an instant, she saw George's body blurred, and then only his jacket was floating in the air. The moment she thought, darkness covered Gap. George, with his heels swung up high, was attacking from the sky like a massive dragon. It worked. This is my victory, Ushiromiya George.
What?
Yap opened the vast pit hole with her in the center, swallowing up George along with herself. The two were swallowed up by the pitfall and spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But that was what Cat had been after, so she alone landed lightly. However, there was another pitfall in George's landing spot. Gotcha, Ushiromiya George. It was fun. So die. The Ushiromiya family headship would be wasted on the likes of you. So I'll finish you right here, right now. George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. He had probably been dropped the same distance as falling off the roof of the two-story building. She's doing the portal thing! You know the thing, right? From Portal. In the sky, he couldn't control his posture in any way. It was impossible to resist or defend, or avoid. Hello, Hellion. As Cap spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was the final strike, to perform his requiem. The final strike of the Queen Bee that would pour into the heaven, knocking him down into the true abyss. Welcome to the abyss! This is the end of the line for you! She closed in on her prey, and stuck her foot up into the sky. At that time, she saw George's face. Even though he was in midair, he was calmly adjusting his glasses with the middle finger as his right hand. Motherfucker. And his posture was still preserved as that of an axe kick. Without the faintest deviation, he aimed for Gap's forehead. I had already hypothesized that this move would come up. What? I hate this raised eyebrow CG. It's a little bit scary, isn't it? If I jumped to make the person on the ground taste my heel, my posture would have collapsed long ago. However, My posture hasn't collapsed in the slightest. Do you know why? You don't mean... From the very beginning, I aim to make the person 2 stories below tase my heel. Ah! It's your loss, miss. Ding dong! Take this! The final strongest punch that Jessica had raised reached the wall and was sucked in. It was sucked into a black, large hole that had suddenly opened on the wall. I've really been enjoying Gap sprites. Gap has really good sprites in this. Well, I did tell you to stop. And of the characters that have like the demon eyes, she probably has the best sprites. Gap. This. Like, look at her. She looks awesome. Actually, I wasn't even close to being in a pinch. Sorry. Jessica's fist had gone for George's stomach, and George's axe kick had lined up on Jessica's head. The shocking destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and scattered his abdomen. The same destructive power in George's axe kick smashed half of Jessica's head, and scattered its contents in the same manner. Didn't I tell you about a witch's acting prowess? Hey, Battle, what do you think? Were you watching? Not bad. Just as I planned. You really do get it, Gap. Woohoo! The freaking applause. Beth and Gap casually high-five each other. Ah! Ah! Yeah, there's already a fighting game. It's called Golden Fantasia. Thanks, Ronald. Thanks for the gift. I'll return Jessica's corpse. Ah, I see. That battler, yes! Separate the corpses of the 2 who are close. Does this mean the second twilight is over? Well, the guy with the red hair? I think it's the guy in the corner who's being consoled by Maria. Gap dropped Jessica's corpse through a pitfall. And all the chunks were thrown into Jessica's room. As carelessly as thrown something into the trash. Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured out all over her room. Ronald shook his head slightly at this gruesome change of scenery. My apologies, Jessica-sama. I did warn you. However, the true art of us demons, that is, foreseeing this conclusion and giving you advice I knew you wouldn't listen to, really isn't something a human could understand. I really like the way they manage these fights with these two demons, because yeah, Gap just completely holding back the entire fight and being able to kill both immediately whenever she wanted. And not winning by doing nothing. It was really fun, kid. But you play with words a bit too much. Maybe it's about time I started fighting back? Really the best you've got? Are you trying to be someone from a light novel or something? Well, once again, they called it. In the arbor brutally decorated by George's and Jessica's scattered blood and guts. Blood and guts mentions. Gap enjoyed a loud laugh for a while. But she quickly realized that, in all seriousness, this was a little too filthy and undignified. And she snapped her fingers. As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies rose up around her, stuck to each of the bits and bloodstains, and dropped them. Then George's corpse returned, bit by bit. And the brutal corpse with its guts torn out was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Was this some act of sportsmanship towards a dead rival? The heavens were split. Because Gap had lifted her leg high, pointing at the sky. See you, lubber boy. This is game over, for real. Splat. Without a trace of mercy, that foot stepped down and was buried into George's forehead. The stiletto heel that was sharp as a weapon pierced George's forehead. With a bloop, it was pulled out. It was like a mark proving that Gap certainly had finished him by her own hands. Meanwhile, in Jessica's room, Ronald also returned Jessica's corpse to its original form. And unlike how it had been with George, he restored Jessica's life. What in the world is this? A dream? No. That is wrong. You certainly did pass away, Jessica-sama. You should be well aware of the memory of your final moments. Jessica's mind was burning. For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere and having George's heel smash her head. Am I alive? No. You are dead. With my magic, that would only be postponed for a scant 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the magic will end, and you will return to being a tragic corpse with half of its head crushed. What did you say? Death is brutal. In most cases, you aren't even given the time to ready your heart. But to praise you for fighting so bravely, I've decided to give you this time. Perhaps you should sort out your regrets from this world in those 3 minutes. I can also decide to take you along with me during those 3 minutes. But the power that had burned through Jessica's body until a second ago had been completely lost. Jessica was aware of that herself. She was already dead. And that is all for me. If you would excuse me. It was fun, Jessica-sama. Ronald turned his form into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. All that remained was the sound of the wind and rain, and the figure of Jessica as she crouched down, leaning against the wall. Jessica could tell. She probably really would revert to the corpse she had been after 3 minutes. Was there anything she could do in those 3 minutes? She stood up and with a shaky gait, took the phone that was on the desk. Hello? Is that Jessica? Jessica! What is it? Are you okay? They got me. Are you okay? Did you get injured? I'll come to save you right now. No. It's already too late. I'm already dead. Or so I hear. By the time you got here, Battler, I'd be a corpse with half of its head split open. Crap! That damn geezer! Wait there! I'm coming right now! Listen to me, Battler! Listen closely, okay? Now I totally see why Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were evasive about the time the 6 in the dining hall got killed. Those guys aren't human. What? What are you talking about? I saw it. So what am I supposed to do? Those guys warp and set up barriers and do whatever they want, okay? It's like some kind of manga or anime. Hell, we seriously can't keep up. From the very beginning, fighting was useless. They really aren't opponents that you'll be able to fight with that hat-stand spear you're so proud of. A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead.
My final message.
George Nissan's done for too. That was an instant death. The next text is yours, Badler. I wonder if your test will go the same way as ours. Be careful. And don't misunderstand. You mean about the test? No. Don't misunderstand and assume that your enemy's human. The enemy isn't human. They're demons that can freely wield a terrifying magic. No matter what, don't get the wrong idea about that. Be careful. A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. Jessica realized that she was about to return to the corpse she had been. When 13 people die, the Golden Witch will revive. 6 were killed, including Mom. That's the first Twilight. Then George Neeson and I were killed for the second Twilight. So once 5 more people are killed, the ceremony will be complete, and the witch will revive. I hope that and the rest are safe. If they aren't, the one to test you might be the resurrected Patricia herself. Adler already didn't understand what Jessica was saying. But from her tone, he realized that she knew she was about to die. So even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to give it her all. I said I'm already dead. See ya. It looks like it's time. Good luck on your test. I hope you can become the head. Jessica? Jessica! Hey, answer me! Jessica! Adler's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver. That wasn't a counter, that was me cuffing. As she leaned against the wall in that corner, crouched down. Jessica's head had been half smashed. This place is this a well? Where is this? Thea stuck her face out of the well, and then Krause showed himself too. Once he realized that he could see the back of the mansion from beyond the grove of trees, Krause knew more or less where they were. To think that here, in a certain well, there had been a hidden underground passage, which led to a hidden mansion.
This isn't as tough as this old body. I usually came up from different spots, with real stairs. You just unlock it.
I will ask you to tell me about the layout of this place in detail later, Dr. Nigel. Shannon, are you okay? Grab hold. I'm fine. Kanon-kun, quickly! Kanon climbed up the ladder of the shaft that was disguised as well. It was probably quite deep. When he looked down for the first time, he realized how far he'd come up. Firing. Oh no! Bang. As Cannon was about to finally crawl out of the well, a hole the size of a basketball opened up in his chest. It's always Cannon. Everyone there looked through the hole in Cannon's chest to the scenery beyond. Cannon-kun! Shannon slumped backwards and was swallowed up into the depths of the well. Everyone, run! Sisters. They're locked on. We can't avoid them. Run! At least one of us remain alive. At that time, Krause and Kitty and Nanjo suddenly saw a golden curved line appear from the well, and saw itself through the side of Shannon's head. Shannon! Her head had been pierced. The three had witnessed it perfectly until it had shot out the opposite side, blowing it away. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from both sides of her head, and flopped to the ground. They're after us! Run! We'll be killed! Run! As Nanjo doubled over in shock, stunned by how Shannon had died. The Chister sisters did not allow him to escape. A curved line again appeared from the well, and pierced from Nanjo's forehead to the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. Thump. And so... Yeah, I was shocked when I saw this sprite right now. I completely forgot about it. Nanjo passed away. Why? Where's the enemy coming from? We're being sniped. I don't know where from, but they're homed in on us perfectly. Let's escape into the mansion, block their field of vision. The two dashed towards the back door of the mansion. Then, right as Krause was about to shut the door behind him, a golden curved line appeared from the fourth time, piercing Krause from the back of his head to his forehead and smashing that forehead. Ugh! Ah! Krause's body leaned over, fell down, and drew a neat radial pattern with the insides of his head. Only Kirie is left. Kirie ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But even so, she wasn't even remotely convinced that this had saved her life. She would probably die soon. This was apparently one of the guest rooms. At that moment, Kirie's eyes fell on a phone on a side table. After hanging up the call from Jessica, Badler had been about to dash out. In that instant, the phone rang again. Hello? Huh? Kirie-san? Yes. Badler-kun. I got lucky. I managed to escape the dungeon somehow. I really did have luck on my side. Where are you? Is everyone okay? Over here, it looks like Jessica and George Aniki are... Listen. I probably won't be alive for long. At that time, right after she thought the keyhole of the locked door might have glowed gold. A gold curved line drawing a helix. No. A golden swim thread penetrated him from there at an incredible speed and bored a hole into the floor by Kirie's feet. Oh, that's unusual. The enemy, who sniped the other four one after another with extraordinary skill. Apparently he really does have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. But the next stride will probably hit. At this point, Kiria finally remembered the first massive killing in the dining hall. That's right. This is what killed Rudolph and the rest. All 6 of them. Listen, Adler-kun. I'm going to tell you everything, exactly as I saw it. I'm sure you'll think there's something wrong with my head. Yes, it's okay for you to think that. Even I still haven't sorted out what it was I saw. Today, after you all returned to the guest house, the family conference began in the dining hall. And I'll tell you everything that happens next. Listen until the end without butting in. Battler, remember when I told you to turn the chest? To flip the chessboard? On Kirie. Yes, I remember. Well, it's time to flip it upside down, Battler. There's a compartment underneath the chessboard. There is a hidden gun inside. I want you to use it. And kill Kinzo. Only you can do it, Battler. I believe in you. This might be suddenly cut off partway through. If it does, at that time, I'll be dead. Kirie-san. Then Kirie spoke about Kinzo appearing and the family conference starting. About the 6 being killed and the 5 of them being confined. About how she escaped somehow and ran away to where she was now. And how everyone had finally been killed. It was all spoken dispassionately, with no dramatization, just as she's seen it. She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed, and how she had observed the moments of all their deaths, and how even now someone was trying to kill her. Actually, even while we've been talking, I've been attacked 3 times. Something like a strange gold thread keeps flying in through the keyhole, spinning around and aiming for me. First, it was by my feet. Next, it was close to my shoulders. Just now, it grazed my ear. Its aim is getting more and more accurate. Looks like it'll go right between my eyes pretty soon. Run, Kirie-san! Run away! Where to? I've run this far. Shut myself into a room and even locked the door, right? Now that I'm still being pursued, just where should I hide? Hey. Kirie-san. Hey, Battler-kun. Are Jessica-chan and George-kun still alive? Not long ago, I got a phone call from Jessica. It kinda sounded like they were done for. Thought so. Yeah. We were being killed one after another. I had a kind of premonition. I thought that perhaps the second twilight had been finished in the ceremony of killing 13 people, before our twilights had been reached. In short, when I die, that's 13 people. This way, the ceremony is complete. The Golden Witch, Beatrice, will resurrect. I wonder what in the world will happen on this island filled with demons and witches, and swarming with gold monsters. I wonder just what will happen when even the leader of them all, the Golden Witch, appears. By now, I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. Kiria-san's voice had completely given up on her own life, because Badler understood that. He couldn't stop the tears. There's just one thing I can advise you on. What if a demon or a witch disappear in front of you? Yeah. There's no need whatsoever to doubt whether it's real or not. Understand that this is what it seems to be. You might think there must be some trick, or that there's some true nature hidden behind it. If you have the time to think of something like that, it'd be much more constructive to plan out how not to damage the mood of whatever you're facing. Even mistakenly, you must not say, "In that case, try showing me magic." Because to prove that, they'll probably use an even crueler way than before to show you. I can't believe it. Even if I hear something like that coming from your mouth, I can't believe it. I understand. I understand why you can't believe. So, that's why I can give this advice. Believe. You're telling me to believe in Beatrice? And the demons and witches and monsters? Even after being shown things not of this world so clearly, I think we still weren't able to believe any of it. I'm still like that now. The true form of this thing that keeps attacking me, trying to shoot through my forehead, is something I don't understand. And I can't believe it. So, I want you alone to believe, to understand, to accept the existence of what we couldn't accept. If you do that for me, our deaths won't be wasted. It'll also have been worth it for me to make this phone call. Ah! Kiria-san! I'm still okay. It scratched me, but it missed again. It looks like I probably won't get another chance. Thank you. And goodbye, Badler-kun. I treated you coldly sometimes because you were Asum-san's son. Forgive me for those days. What do you mean, forgive you? Right now, you're a mother to me, Kiria-san. I felt as though I'd heard an incredible sound at the other end of the receiver. Then, a noisy clacking sound, as though the receiver had fallen to the floor. Kiria-san! Kiria-san! Ah! Kiria-san did not answer through the phone again. Wow, the scene's over. Okay. Cool scene. It was almost 3 hours long. Just this one scene. But we made it through. And now, there's only 3 people left alive. This is episode 4, yes. There's only 3 people left alive. There's Maria. There's Battler. Oh, no, there's 5 people, I forgot. Cause, Goda and Kumasawa are still alive. They're just locked up in the what do you call it? The storehouse. So there's Goda, there's Kumasawa, there's Battler, there's Maria, and there's Ginso. Let us see the bios. Wow, look at that. There's not a single red mark here. How interesting. After all those said, we don't have a single red mark. Why that may be, I'll leave it up to you. Okay, so we're coming here. Before we leave. Well, you already saw my first funny post, right? This one. Here, you can see it up close. I made a second one that I would also like to show up. You remember fucked up evil creature experiences remorse, right? The classic one. If you don't remember it, let me show it again. Because I got it right here. So this is the classic one. I didn't make this one. This one just exists in the wild. Although I did have to back it up because I couldn't find it anymore on the internet. This one is, of course, referencing episode 3. So that one is a funny joke. I made one. This one was made by me. In reference to episode 4, which is this one. And it goes like this. And this one you might guess is in reference to episode 4, yes? We're in agreement there? But wait.
That's not all. Because if this is Rosa, Rosa needs a sequel. And the sequel goes like so. Check it out. Here, let me cover the other one, the caption. Yep, there's that 40%. Okay, now we can leave. Now you all seen this one. Now I can let you go. There's the punchline I was waiting for. Yes. That's our goat. We would expect nothing less from our goat Rosa. The greatest to ever do it. She neither gaslights, gatekeeps, or... No, that's not true. She gaslights and she gatekeeps. She absolutely does not girl bosses. Does she even gatekeep? No, she doesn't gatekeep, honestly. She just gaslights. And she only gaslights one person. Do what? Don't worry about it. Correct. Okay. So... I'm gonna go and rest my poor voice. Honestly, my voice isn't that tired. Usually the reason I have to stop these streams is because my nose starts getting clogged up. I mentioned it before after talking too much and it becomes difficult to talk. So I need to recover my breathing. Okay, let's go raid. Let's go raid Cable Boots. They're playing Mighty Number 9. Oh boy. Thank you for the memes. Yeah, I love memes. You know me. I love those memes. A likely story. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed. I think this time I do mean it. I think next stream might actually be the end of episode 4. Because we've gotten through the bulk of it now. Not only are all 13 people dead by now. Anjay's journey has finally reached Rokkenjima. So it seems like we're approaching some sort of conclusion by now. Oh, by the way, were you able to guess which is the scene that made me go up on the count? You have like 5 seconds to guess. No? Okay. It was the scene... Nope. It was not. It was the scene in the boat with Anjay, when the boater said, "Please don't die."